This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still wake up in cold sweats sometimes, hearing those damn whispers. It's been 2 months since Halloween, and I can't shake what happened at Blackwood Mansion. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap, but after what we experienced that night, I don't know what to believe anymore. I grew up in Ravens Creek, Maine, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone's business and local legends get passed down like family recipes. The Blackwood Mansion has always been the ghost story in our town. This massive Victorian estate sits on a hill overlooking the town, abandoned for a century since the Blackwood family mysteriously disappeared. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, just gone. One day they were hosting dinner parties for the town elite. The next, they'd vanished without a trace. It was Jake's idea to go there on Halloween. Classic Jake. Always looking for an adrenaline rush. We'd been friends since middle school, the 4 of us. Me, Sophie, Jake, Lily, and Matt. Lily and Matt had been dating for about 6 months, and Jake and I had this weird will they won't they thing going on. We were all seniors, with college applications looming over us, so Jake pitched this as our last Halloween adventure before adult life pulled us apart. "Come on, Soph," he'd said, giving me that crooked smile that always made my stomach flip. "We've been talking about exploring Blackwood since freshman year. It's now or never." I'd rolled my eyes but agreed. Honestly, I thought it would be a few hours of wandering around a dusty old house, maybe getting a little freaked out by our own shadows and then laughing about it at the diner afterward. God, I was so wrong. Halloween night was unusually cold. The kind of bone-chilling cold that seeps through your clothes no matter how many layers you wear. We met up around 10 o'clock, after the trick-or-treaters had gone home. The 4 of us stood at the rusty iron gates of the property, our breath visible in the moonlight. "Anybody else getting second thoughts?" Matt asked, adjusting his glasses nervously. He was always the cautious one. Lily squeezed his hand. "We'll be fine. It's just an old house." "An old house where an entire family disappeared without a trace," Jake added with a grin, shining his flashlight under his chin for dramatic effect. I remember the walk up the overgrown driveway felt longer than it should have. The mansion loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the night sky. No lights, obviously, but something about it seemed alert, like it was watching us approach. The front door was this massive oak thing with intricate carvings. We'd expected it to be locked, but when Jake pushed against it, it swung open with a creak that echoed through the entrance hall. None of us mentioned how weird that was, that an abandoned mansion would be unlocked. The smell hit us first, musty and stale, but with something else underneath, something sweet and rotten, like decaying flowers. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, revealing a grand foyer with a sweeping staircase. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, but otherwise it looked like the owners had just stepped out for a moment. There were even coats hanging on a rack by the door. "Holy shit," Jake whispered. "It's like a time capsule in here." Lily ran her finger along a side table, leaving a trail in the dust. "Look at all this stuff. Why hasn't anyone looted this place?" "Local superstition," Matt said. "My grandpa told me people believe taking anything from Blackwood brings bad luck." I remember noticing how quiet it was inside, that profound silence that makes your ears strain for any sound. No creaking floorboards, no wind whistling through cracks, just stillness. "Let's split up," Jake suggested. "Cover more ground that way." Looking back, that was our first mistake. But horror movies weren't real life, right? What did we have to fear besides dust allergies? Jake and I headed upstairs while Matt and Lily took the ground floor. The staircase creaked under our weight, each step sending up little clouds of dust. The second floor had a long hallway with doors on both sides. Family portraits lined the walls. stern-faced men and women in Victorian clothing. Their eyes seemed to follow us as we passed. "Check this out," Jake said, pointing his flashlight at one portrait. "That must be them, the Blackwoods." It was a family portrait. Father, mother, two teenage sons, and a young daughter. They weren't smiling. Nobody smiled in old photos, but there was something off about their expressions. They looked tense, afraid even. We started checking the rooms, bedrooms mostly, still furnished with four-poster beds and antique dressers. In what must have been the master bedroom, Jake found something on the nightstand. "Sophie, come look at this." It was a leather-bound journal. Jake was already flipping through it, his expression growing more serious with each page. "It's the father's diary," he said quietly. "Listen to this entry. November 3rd, 1898. The whispers have grown louder. Margaret insists she doesn't hear them, but I see her listening when she thinks I'm not watching. The children are disturbed as well. Last night, James claimed he saw eyes watching him from the closet. Eyes without a face." A chill ran down my spine as Jake read. The room suddenly felt colder. "There's more," Jake continued. November 10th. The piano played by itself tonight. Margaret finally admits she hears the whispers too. "They're coming from the walls," she says, "always watching, always listening. We need to leave this place, but I fear it won't let us go." The last entry was dated November 15th, 1898, just one line. "They're in the house now." That's when we heard the piano. Soft, melancholy notes drifted up from downstairs. Jake and I froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. "That's probably just Matt and Lily messing around," I said, not believing it myself. The melody was too complex, too practiced. We rushed back to the hallway and toward the stairs. That's when I noticed something wrong. The hallway seemed longer. I distinctly remember counting 6 doors when we came up. Now there were at least 10, stretching into darkness. "Jake," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "The hallway." "I know," he cut me off. "Don't think about it. Let's just find the others and get out." We hurried down the stairs, following the piano music to a large parlor off the main hall. The grand piano stood in the corner, its lid open, keys moving up and down with no one sitting at the bench. Matt and Lily stood frozen in the doorway, watching in horror. "What the fuck?" Jake breathed. The music stopped abruptly. All 4 of us stood there in silence for a heartbeat, and then the whispers started. They came from everywhere and nowhere. The walls, the ceiling, under the floorboards. Indistinct at first, like the murmur of a crowd far away, but growing clearer by the second. Finally here. "Been waiting so long. Need new vessels. Won't let you leave." Lily let out a strangled sob. "We need to go. Now." We turned to leave, but the parlor door slammed shut. Matt lunged for the handle, yanking desperately, but it wouldn't budge. "The windows," I suggested, pointing to the tall, curtained windows along one wall. Jake rushed over and pulled back the heavy drapes, revealing nothing but solid brick wall where windows should have been. "This isn't possible," Matt kept saying, his voice rising in panic. "This isn't physically possible." The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Our flashlights flickered and died one by one, leaving us in darkness except for the faint moonlight coming through a high window we couldn't reach. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I felt something brush against my cheek, like fingers, but ice cold. Lily screamed, and when I turned, I saw dark shapes forming in the corners of the room. Not quite solid, but darker than the darkness around them, shifting and changing like smoke. "They're coming closer," Matt whispered, backing up until we were all huddled in the center of the room. That's when the piano started playing again, violent, discordant notes that made my teeth ache. The chandelier above us began to sway, and picture frames rattled against the walls. "The journal," Jake suddenly said. "The father wrote that they needed to leave, but the house wouldn't let them go. The Blackwoods never left, guys. They're still here." As if responding to his realization, the whispers surged into a cacophony of voices, no longer indistinct but clear and hungry. "Join us, stay, forever." The dark shapes lunged toward us. I felt icy hands grabbing at my clothes, my hair, my skin. Lily was screaming. Matt was praying. Jake was shouting something I couldn't hear over the noise. Then, in a moment of clarity through my terror, I remembered something my grandmother once told me about spirits and thresholds. "The front door!" I screamed. "We came in uninvited. They have no power over us if we choose to leave. We need to get to the front door." I don't know if it was true or if I was just desperate for any solution, but something changed in that moment. The parlor door suddenly swung open with a bang. "Run!" Jake yelled, grabbing my hand. We bolted into the hallway, which was now twisting and elongating before our eyes, the exit seeming miles away. The whispers chased us, along with the dark shapes that clawed at our heels. Doors along the hallway slammed open and closed as we passed. The house was fighting us. Floorboards buckled and rose up to trip us. Walls seemed to breathe and pulse. I swear I saw faces pressing out from the wallpaper, mouths open in silent screams. Matt fell and Lily stopped to help him. A shadow engulfed them both for a second before they broke free and kept running. Jake never let go of my hand, pulling me forward when my legs wanted to give out. After what felt like hours, but must have been minutes, we saw the front door ahead. It began to close slowly, like some invisible force was pushing it shut. "We're not going to make it," Lily sobbed. "Like hell we aren't," Jake growled, putting on a burst of speed. We hit that closing door like a battering ram, the four of us slamming into it with every ounce of strength we had left. For one horrible moment, it resisted, then suddenly gave way, sending us tumbling out onto the front steps. We didn't stop running until we reached Jake's car at the bottom of the hill. As we drove away, I looked back at Blackwood Mansion. In an upstairs window, I swear I saw a family of 5 staring down at us. The family from the portrait, their faces now hollow-eyed and hungry. We made a pact that night to never speak about what happened, but the whispers didn't stay at Blackwood. They followed us home. I hear them sometimes, when I'm falling asleep or alone in my room. Soft at first, then growing louder until I turn on every light and blast music to drown them out. Last week I ran into Lily at the grocery store. She looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under her eyes. When I asked if she was okay, she just stared at me and whispered, "They're getting closer. I can feel them watching me." Matt won't answer his phone anymore. His mom told my mom he's going through some things and needs space. And Jake hasn't been the same either. Yesterday he texted me, "Do you think they'll let us go if we bring them someone else?" I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. Nobody would believe us anyway. But I know one thing for certain. Something followed us out of Blackwood Mansion that night. Something patient and ancient and hungry. And sometimes when I catch movement in my mirror or feel cold spots in my room, I wonder if the Blackwoods ever really disappeared at all. Maybe they just changed. Maybe that's what's happening to us now. The whispers are getting louder. I think they're in my house now. Story 2. I've been a police officer in Pine Hollow for 12 years now. It's one of those jobs where most nights you're just driving around making sure teenagers aren't doing anything stupid at the park or checking in on Mrs. Peterson when she calls because she heard a suspicious noise that always turns out to be her own cat. I never minded the night shift. It's peaceful, and I like the quiet of our little town after dark. Well, I used to like it. Now I keep the lights on at home when I sleep. This happened 3 weeks ago, on October 15th. It was one of those bitter cold autumn nights where your breath makes little clouds in front of your face. I remember because I had to keep my cruiser's heater blasting the whole shift. Around midnight, I was parked near the diner, finishing some paperwork and thinking about grabbing coffee when the call came through. "Officer Harper, we've got a report of suspicious activity at 88 Willow Lane. Caller reports seeing lights inside the building. Can you check it out?" My stomach immediately tightened. Everyone in Pine Hollow knows that address, the old Murdoch house. It's been abandoned for at least 30 years, sitting at the very end of Willow Lane where the pavement gives way to gravel and then dirt. The place is a nightmare. Peeling paint, broken windows, overgrown yard. Kids dare each other to touch the front door every Halloween, but most adults won't even walk on that side of the street. There are stories about that place. Old man Murdoch supposedly went crazy and killed himself in the upstairs bedroom. Some say his wife disappeared months before and was buried somewhere on the property. Over the years, there have been reports of strange lights, voices, and at least 3 missing persons cases that somehow connected back to that property, though nothing was ever proven. "Copy that," I responded, trying to sound professional despite the unease crawling up my spine. En route to 88 Willow, it took about 7 minutes to get there. The house sits away from its neighbors with 2 empty lots on either side, like the town collectively decided to quarantine it. As I pulled up, I noticed something immediately wrong. The porch light was on, flickering like a strobe light in slow motion. The house hadn't had electricity in decades. I called it in. "Dispatch, I'm at the Murdoch place. There is a functioning porch light which is inconsistent with an abandoned property, requesting backup for a possible break-in." "Copy that, Harper. All units are currently responding to the accident on Highway 9. ETA for backup is 20 minutes minimum." Great. 20 minutes alone at the Murdoch house. I contemplated waiting, but what if someone was trapped inside? What if kids had broken in and were in danger? I couldn't sit in my warm cruiser while someone might need help. I approached slowly, hand on my holstered weapon. The front steps creaked under my weight, and each one sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness of the night. The flickering light cast strange, dancing shadows across the porch. I noticed the front door was slightly ajar, just an inch or so, but enough to be concerning. "Police. Anyone inside?" I called out, pushing the door open with my foot. The smell hit me first, musty and damp like wet newspapers left in a basement for years. But underneath that was something else, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. It smelled like copper and ozone, like the air before a lightning strike. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and water-stained ceilings. The living room was mostly empty except for a single wooden chair placed directly in the center of the room, not pushed against a wall or near a window, perfectly centered, as if placed there for a purpose. And on that chair was an old tape recorder. Not a modern one, this was ancient, the kind with large reels and metal buttons, probably from the 1950s. It looked polished and well-maintained, completely out of place in the decaying house. I approached it cautiously, sweeping my light around the room to ensure I was alone. The tape recorder had a note taped to it that simply read, "Play me," in blocky handwriting. Against my better judgment, I pressed the play button. There was static, then a voice, distorted and distant, like it was speaking through layers of interference. "Help me, help me." It was neither male nor female, young nor old, just desperate, pleading. The voice repeated those 2 words several times before the tape clicked to a stop. I tried to radio dispatch again. "Dispatch, this is Harper. I'm inside the Murdoch house. There appears to be evidence of recent activity. I've found a..." My radio erupted with static so loud I had to pull it away from my ear. Through the white noise, I could barely make out dispatch trying to respond, but the interference was too strong. That's when I heard it, creaking floorboards from upstairs, slow, deliberate footsteps moving across what I assumed was a bedroom floor. Every instinct told me to leave, to wait for backup. But something pulled at me, a compulsion I couldn't explain. I needed to check upstairs. Looking back, it feels like I wasn't entirely in control of my decisions. I moved toward the staircase, my flashlight beam bouncing off dust particles floating in the air. Each step I took up those stairs felt like I was moving through molasses, heavy and reluctant. The wooden steps groaned under my weight, announcing my approach to whoever or whatever was up there. At the top of the stairs was a long hallway with 4 doors. 3 were closed, but the last door on the right was open just a crack, with light spilling out from inside. Not flashlight light or the yellow glow of a bulb. This was a cold, bluish light that seemed to pulse slightly. I moved toward it, feeling the temperature drop with each step. By the time I reached the door, I could see my breath. It had to be at least 30 degrees colder near that door than in the rest of the house. I pushed it open with my gun drawn. "Police, show yourself." The room was empty except for a rocking chair in the far corner, moving back and forth at a steady rhythm. There was nobody pushing it. The blue light I'd seen seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once, casting the room in an underwater glow. My flashlight began to flicker, throwing strange shadows across the walls. I tapped it against my palm, and for a brief second when it flashed brightly, I saw something, a dark shape standing in the corner behind the rocking chair. When my light stabilized, there was nothing there. The rocking chair suddenly stopped mid-motion. I backed toward the door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached for the doorknob, the door slammed shut with such force that the entire frame shook. I pulled at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "Help me, please, help me." The same voice from the tape recorder was now in the room with me, but it wasn't coming from any specific direction. It surrounded me as if the room itself was speaking. The temperature plummeted further until it felt like standing in a freezer. My flashlight flickered again, and in that brief darkness, I felt something brush against my face, like fingers, but ice cold and dry as paper. When the light returned, I saw it for just a second. A figure standing directly in front of me, so close I could have reached out and touched it. It had no distinguishable features except for eyes that seemed to glow from within, like dying embers. Then it was gone, and the whispering intensified, filling my head until I couldn't tell if I was hearing it or thinking it. "Help me, help me, help me, help me." Something cold gripped my shoulder from behind. I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the crushing sense that I wasn't alone. The walls seemed to pulse inward like the room was breathing. The rocking chair began moving again, faster and more violent than before. Using all my strength, I kicked at the door once, twice, 3 times until it finally gave way. I ran down that hallway and stumbled down the stairs, nearly falling in my rush to get out. The tape recorder was gone from the chair when I passed through the living room. I burst through the front door and didn't stop running until I reached my cruiser. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate my radio. "Dispatch, I need backup at 88 Willow now." This time the radio worked perfectly. 2 officers arrived 12 minutes later, not the 20 they initially said, which still bothers me. They found me sitting in my cruiser, still shaking. We searched the house together. There was no tape recorder. The rocking chair upstairs was covered in dust and cobwebs, clearly untouched for years. The room wasn't cold anymore. There was no evidence of anything I'd experienced, not even the footprints I should have left in the dust. My colleagues looked at me like I was crazy. One suggested I might have been pranked by local teenagers. Another hinted I might want to take some time off. The official report says we found no evidence of suspicious activity, but I know what I experienced. In the 3 weeks since that night, I've felt watched everywhere I go. Sometimes I catch glimpses of something in my peripheral vision that vanishes when I turn to look. At night, I sometimes wake up to find my bedroom unnaturally cold, with the sensation of something standing just beyond my field of vision. I've requested a transfer to day shift. I've started researching the history of the Murdoch house in my spare time. From what I've found, there were 3 people who went missing in the 1950s after visiting that house, all unsolved cases. One was a young police officer responding to a call. I drive by the house on my way home every day. Sometimes I see a light flickering in the upstairs window, that same cold blue light. It's still there, whatever it is, waiting in that house at the end of Willow Lane, waiting for someone else to respond to a call. And sometimes late at night, my radio picks up static, and through the white noise, I hear that voice again. Help me. I don't know what's in that house. I don't know what it wants, but I know it's not finished with me, and I know nobody believes me. Would you? Story 3. I've never fully shared this story with anyone outside my family. It happened back in the summer of '86, when I was 17. My mom and I were driving from North Carolina to Arkansas to visit my aunt who was sick with cancer. We were on I-40 through Tennessee, maybe an hour or so outside of Nashville. The day had been hot and muggy, typical southern summer weather. But around 7 in the evening, the sky turned this weird greenish-black color. If you've ever been in the South during storm season, you know that feeling when the air gets heavy and everything gets quiet. Even the crickets shut up. My mom was driving our old Buick. She never liked me driving on the interstate when it hit. One minute we were cruising along listening to some Madonna cassette I'd brought, and the next minute it was like someone dumped the ocean on us. I'm not exaggerating when I say I've never seen rain come down that hard before or since. It was like being underwater. Mom slowed down to maybe 20 miles per hour, but even with the wipers going full speed, we couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. The headlights just reflected back at us off the wall of water. Cars were pulling over onto the shoulder, hazards blinking like fireflies through the downpour. "We need to get off this highway," Mom said, gripping the steering wheel so tight her knuckles were white. "I can't see a damn thing." I remember feeling weirdly scared, not just because of the storm, but because my mom rarely cursed. She was usually so composed, but I could hear the tension in her voice. We inched along for what felt like forever until we spotted an exit sign. I couldn't read what it said. The rain was too heavy, but Mom didn't care. Any exit was better than this highway. "Thank God," she muttered as we carefully made our way up the exit ramp. At the top of the ramp, there was no clear indication which way to go. No signs for gas or food or lodging, just a T-intersection with a dark road stretching in both directions. The rain had eased up just enough that we could see maybe 50 feet ahead now. "Which way?" Mom asked. I pointed right because I could see a glow in the distance. "Lights that way." She turned, and after about a quarter mile, we saw it. A gas station lit up like a Christmas tree. I mean, this place was bright. The fluorescent lights inside and out were cranked to maximum, creating this bubble of harsh white light in the middle of the storm darkness. It was a small place, just 4 pumps under a metal canopy and a little convenience store attached. Mom drove past it slowly, looking for a motel. "There's got to be something nearby if there's a gas station," she said. But there wasn't. The road just ended. About 200 yards past the gas station, the pavement simply stopped, turning into a dirt path that disappeared into some trees. Mom tried to turn around in what looked like a small gravel area, but the storm had turned it into a mud pit. The back wheels spun, and we felt the car sink. "Shit," Mom said, trying to rock the car back and forth between drive and reverse. It only made it worse. We were stuck good. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, trying to figure out what to do. The gas station was our only option. "We'll have to walk back," Mom said, reaching into the back seat for her umbrella. It was one of those huge golf umbrellas, but even so, we got soaked walking the short distance to the gas station. The automatic doors slid open with a cheerful ding, and we stepped into what felt like another world. It was so bright inside it hurt my eyes after the darkness outside, and it was clean. Not just tidy, but immaculate. The white tile floor looked like it had never been walked on. The metal shelves gleamed under the lights. Even the air smelled clean, like lemons and bleach. But the weirdest thing was how empty it seemed. There were products on the shelves, but they were all arranged in perfect rows, one item deep, like a display, not a real store. And it was quiet, except for this low humming sound from the lights. 2 men stood behind the counter, both wearing crisp dark suits with narrow ties, not uniforms, actual business suits. They looked young, maybe mid-20s, with the same short, neat haircuts and clean-shaven faces. They both smiled at us at exactly the same time. "Good evening," they said in unison, which was creepy enough on its own. Mom explained our situation, how we got stuck in the mud trying to turn around. One of them, I'll call him guy number 1, nodded enthusiastically. "Got stuck in the mud, did you? Happens all the time in this weather." The way he said it was odd, like he was almost happy about it. His smile never faltered. Guy number 2 was already reaching for a phone book. "We'll call you a tow truck." No problem at all. The phone book he pulled out was massive, way too big for a small-town gas station. When he opened it, I caught a glimpse of page after page of tow truck listings, hundreds of them. Mom noticed too. "What town is this? I don't remember seeing it on the map." Guy number 1's smile twitched slightly. "Oh, we're not really a town. Just a little stop along the way." Guy number 2 was already dialing. "Don't you worry. We'll have you out of that mud in no time. I wandered away from the counter, pretending to look at snacks while I tried to make sense of this place. The products on the shelves looked normal at first glance. Potato chips, candy bars, soda. But when I looked closer, I noticed the packaging was odd. The designs were simpler, old-fashioned almost, and there was only one of each item, perfectly centered on the shelf. I picked up a candy bar. The wrapper felt wrong, too stiff, like cardboard instead of plastic. When I put it back, guy number 1 appeared beside me, making me jump. "Find something you like?" he asked, still smiling that same fixed smile. "Just looking," I mumbled, moving away. I noticed he immediately straightened the candy bar I'd touched, lining it up precisely with the others. I rejoined Mom at the counter where guy number 2 was hanging up the phone. "Tow truck's on its way," he announced cheerfully. "Should be here any minute." Mom frowned. "Already?" "But the storm—" "Our tow service is very efficient," guy number 1 said, suddenly back behind the counter. I hadn't seen him move. We stood there awkwardly for a few minutes. Neither guy made small talk. They just kept smiling at us, barely blinking. I remember thinking they looked like those photos in new picture frames, those perfect generic models with fake smiles. Then we heard a vehicle outside. Guy number 2 glanced at his watch. Right on time. I looked out the window and saw a tow truck pulling up next to our car. It was pristine, shiny red and chrome, without a speck of mud on it despite the dirt road and the storm. It looked brand new, but the style was definitely from the 50s, like something from an old movie. 2 more men got out, both in suits identical to the gas station attendants. They didn't seem bothered by the rain at all as they hooked up our car. The whole process took maybe 3 minutes, which is impossible. I've seen tow trucks work before, and it always takes time to position and secure everything. Mom and I walked back out to our car. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the air felt wrong, too still, like we were in a bubble separate from the real world. The tow truck guys unhooked our car. We were free. They hadn't even gotten their suits dirty. "You folks got lucky," one of them said, his smile exactly like the gas station attendants. "Another few minutes and you might have gotten out of that mud on your own." The way he said it made my skin crawl, like it would have been bad if we'd escaped on our own. "There's a motel just across the way," the other tow truck guy said, pointing to a spot across from the gas station that had definitely been empty when we arrived. Now I could see lights there, a small building with a neon vacancy sign. "You should stay the night," the first guy insisted. "Storm's only going to get worse." All 4 men were looking at us now, their smiles wide and eager, too eager. "How much do we owe you?" Mom asked, reaching for her purse. "No charge," said one of the gas station guys who had followed us out. "We're just happy to help." "You really should stay at the motel," the other added, his voice taking on an edge I didn't like. "It's not safe to drive in this weather." Mom met my eyes briefly. I could tell she was feeling the same wrongness I was. "Thanks, but we need to make some miles tonight," she said, sliding into the driver's seat. I got in quickly, not looking back at the 4 men. As we drove away, I looked in the side mirror. All 4 were standing in the middle of the road watching us go, still smiling those perfect, identical smiles. Mom drove back to the interstate without saying a word. We got on I-40 heading west again and drove until we reached the next exit with a normal-looking motel. By then, the storm had completely passed. In our motel room that night, Mom finally spoke about it. "That was the strangest place I've ever been." "Those guys were like robots or something," I said. "Did you notice there were no other customers, no cars at the pumps, in the middle of a storm when everyone should be seeking shelter?" I hadn't, but she was right. The place had been empty except for those men. We tried to laugh it off, but neither of us slept well that night. 3 days later, after visiting my aunt, we drove back along the same stretch of I-40. I was watching carefully for that exit, feeling a mix of curiosity and dread. It wasn't there. We even stopped at a rest area and checked a highway map. There was no exit where we'd turned off. The stretch of road where Creepy Town, as we'd started calling it, had been simply didn't exist on the map. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. Sometimes I wonder if we somehow slipped into another place, another time, or if those men were trying to trap us for some purpose I don't want to imagine. All I know is that whenever I drive on highways during storms now, I stay on the main road no matter how bad the visibility gets, because sometimes the exits you take to escape one danger might lead you somewhere much worse. Story 4. I never believed in ghosts before moving to Japan. I was raised in a practical household where unexplained noises were always just the house settling or the wind playing tricks. But what happened in that old Meiji period house changed everything I thought I knew about the world. I moved to Tokyo about 8 months ago for a teaching position at an international school. Housing in Tokyo is ridiculously expensive, so when I found this traditional Japanese house at a surprisingly affordable price, I jumped at the opportunity without asking too many questions. The real estate agent seemed eager to rent it out, mentioning only briefly that the house had some history, but was perfectly livable. I should have paid more attention to his shifty eyes when he said that. The house itself was beautiful in that distinctive Meiji-era way. Wooden beams, sliding fusuma doors, tatami mat floors. It was located in a quieter neighborhood of Tokyo, surrounded by more modern buildings that made it stand out even more. I later learned from neighbors that unlike most homes in the area that had been passed down through generations, this particular house had only ever been used as a rental property. No family had ever really claimed it as their own. My first night there was when things started to feel off. I'd spent the whole day unpacking and setting up my futon in what would be my bedroom. I was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately, but woke up around 3 in the morning to a scratching sound coming from inside the walls. It was rhythmic, almost deliberate. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch. The moment I opened my eyes and sat up, it stopped completely. I convinced myself it was probably mice, though the abrupt way it ceased when I moved was strange. The next morning, I explored the house more thoroughly in daylight. The main floor had a small kitchen, living area, bathroom, and my bedroom. Upstairs were 2 additional rooms that I planned to use for storage and maybe a home office. But the moment I stepped onto the second floor, I felt uncomfortable. The air was noticeably warmer, almost stuffy, despite it being a cool autumn day. I remember thinking the insulation must be better upstairs, but even that explanation felt wrong somehow. A week into my stay, my friend Keiko visited to help me organize some furniture. We spent the evening catching up, drinking sake, and she decided to stay over since we'd been up late. Around 1 in the morning, we both heard it, a loud bang from the bathroom, like someone had violently slammed the door shut. We froze mid-conversation. "Did you hear that?" Keiko whispered. We checked the bathroom together. The door was slightly ajar, exactly as we'd left it. Nothing was disturbed. We checked all the doors and windows, but everything was locked from the inside. We were completely alone in the house. Keiko left early the next morning, making an excuse about meeting someone for breakfast. I could tell she was spooked. After she left, I sat in the silent house feeling suddenly very alone and very aware that something wasn't right. The incident that really confirmed my suspicions happened about 2 weeks after I moved in. I'd been noticing small things, objects not being where I'd left them, cold spots in certain areas of the house, the persistent feeling of being watched. One night around midnight, I decided to examine the walls in my bedroom. The house was old, and I'd read that some traditional Japanese homes had hidden compartments or spaces between walls. The scratching sounds had continued intermittently, always stopping the moment I acknowledged them. I tapped lightly along the wooden panels, listening for any hollow sounds that might indicate a hidden space. Tap, tap, tap. I worked my way across the wall methodically. Then, as I tapped one particular section, knock, knock, something knocked back from inside the wall. 2 distinct knocks, perfectly mirroring my own. I jumped back so quickly I knocked over my bedside lamp. My heart was pounding as I stared at the wall. "Hello?" I said, immediately feeling ridiculous for talking to a wall. No response came. I cautiously approached again and tried one more tap. Again, immediately, a single knock replied from within the wall. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back against the opposite wall, staring at that section of paneling until morning light filtered through my window. The upstairs rooms continued to feel increasingly oppressive. I needed to hang some laundry to dry in the spare room up there since it had the best airflow. But every time I went up, that unnatural warmth enveloped me, making it hard to breathe. One afternoon, while hanging clothes, I distinctly heard a woman's voice speak directly into my ear. It was in Japanese, but spoken so softly I couldn't make out the words. I whipped around, but of course no one was there. My arms erupted in goosebumps despite the warmth of the room. The window incident happened a few days later. I'd finally managed to fall asleep despite my growing anxiety about the house when I was startled awake by loud, insistent banging on my bedroom window. It was just before sunrise, that gray half-light making everything look strange and unfamiliar. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was definitely hitting my window with force. I shot up in bed, terrified that someone was trying to break in. The banging continued as I cautiously approached the window. The moment I pulled back the curtain, it stopped. There was absolutely no one there, and my window faced a small enclosed garden with a high fence. No one could have reached it from the outside and then disappeared so quickly. I was seriously considering breaking my lease at this point, but Tokyo's housing market and my teacher's salary meant I had few options. Instead, I called my friend Mai, who I knew was interested in spiritual matters. She'd mentioned being sensitive to energies before, and while I'd always been skeptical, I was desperate for someone else to experience what was happening and tell me I wasn't losing my mind. Mai came over the following weekend. The moment she walked in, her usual cheerful demeanor changed. She looked around with a frown, especially when glancing toward the staircase. "You have something here," she said quietly. "No, someone." She walked through the house slowly, pausing in different spots. When we reached the upstairs rooms, she refused to enter the one I'd been using for laundry. "This room and the one next to it have the strongest presence," she said, standing firmly in the hallway. "Female energy. She's been here a very long time." I felt a chill despite the usual unnatural warmth of the upstairs. "What does she want?" I asked. Mai shook her head. "I don't think she wants anything specific. This has been her space for so long that she's territorial about it." Against my better judgment, I pushed open the door to the room Mai refused to enter. "If this is your space," I said loudly, feeling both terrified and ridiculous, "I'd like to know who I'm living with." The response was immediate, a loud rattling from inside the walls, followed by a rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the entire room. Mai grabbed my arm and pulled me back into the hallway, sliding the door shut. "She doesn't like being confronted directly," Mai said, her voice shaking slightly. "I think it's better if you avoid these rooms as much as possible." Over the next few weeks, a strange thing happened. Instead of becoming more terrified, I started to develop a sort of understanding with whoever shared my house. The scratching sounds continued, but I began to notice patterns. They would start when I'd been quiet for too long, almost like someone trying to check if I was still there. Sometimes when I'd come home from work, I'd hear movement upstairs, as if someone was welcoming me back. One particularly difficult day, after one of my students had been bullied and I'd spent hours dealing with angry parents, I came home emotionally exhausted. As I sat crying at my kitchen table, I heard a soft, almost gentle scratching from the wall beside me. Not the usual insistent rhythm, but something that felt almost comforting. "Rough day," I said out loud, wiping my eyes. The scratching continued, a steady, almost soothing sound. It was strange, but in that moment, it felt like someone was trying to keep me company in their own way. I started to think of her as my temperamental roommate. I never used the upstairs rooms, except when absolutely necessary, and I always announced myself before going up there. Just need to hang some laundry, I'd say, and would be met with silence rather than the angry rattling from before. The knocking on my bedroom wall became something of a nightly ritual. I'd tap twice before turning out my light, and 2 knocks would answer me. Good night, I'd think. Good night, the knocks seemed to reply. I even started thinking about giving her a name, though something told me she already had one that I would never know. This morning, I was making coffee when I heard what sounded like shuffling footsteps upstairs. Not the usual scratching or knocking, but distinctly the sound of someone walking slowly across the tatami mats. I froze, coffee pot in hand, as the footsteps moved from one end of the ceiling to the other, directly over my head. Then silence fell again. I'm still in this house. I still hear her every day. Sometimes I catch glimpses of something in my peripheral vision. A shadow moving where no shadow should be. A flash of what might be the hem of a kimono disappearing around a corner. The mirrors sometimes show reflections that shift when I'm not looking directly at them. But I'm not afraid anymore. We've established boundaries. She keeps to her spaces, I keep to mine, and we acknowledge each other's presence. The house feels less like it's haunted and more like it's occupied by both of us. I don't know who she was or why she's still here. I don't know why she chose to make her presence known to me when perhaps other tenants never noticed her. Sometimes I wonder if she's been lonely all these years in this house that was never really a home to anyone. Whatever the case, I have a year-long lease, and right now, as strange as it sounds, I don't think I want to leave her alone again. Story 5. I still can't believe what happened last spring. I haven't told anyone about this except the people who were there with me. I'm only writing this down now because I can't sleep, and maybe putting it into words will help me process it. Maybe someone out there has seen something similar and can tell me what the hell we encountered that night. I was 14 at the time, a freshman in high school in Pinewood Valley. It's a small town surrounded by dense forests and hills, beautiful during the day, but at night it feels like you're a million miles from civilization. My friend Jason lives on the outskirts, where his parents own about 20 acres of land that backs up against national forest. His house sits at the end of a long gravel driveway, and beyond that is just miles of wilderness. That Saturday, I was super excited because I'd just gotten a new airsoft gun for my birthday, a replica M4 with decent range. Jason had a whole collection, and we'd been planning to shoot targets in his backyard. My mom dropped me off around 4 in the afternoon, and we spent a couple hours setting up cans and plastic bottles along the fence line. It was me, Jason, and 2 other guys from our school, Ethan and Mitch. We weren't super close friends or anything, but we all liked airsoft and video games. As the sun started to set, we got bored with target practice and were hanging out on Jason's back porch. That's when he mentioned the golf cart. "My dad got this souped-up golf cart for the property," Jason said. "Want to check out some of the trails before it gets too dark?" It seemed like a cool idea at the time. The cart was basically a utility vehicle with headlights, a small cargo bed, and enough space for all 4 of us to squeeze in. Jason said he knew all the trails on their property like the back of his hand. I remember checking my phone. It was around 6:30 and sunset was about 7:15. I figured we'd be back before full dark. Jason drove, with Ethan in the passenger seat and me and Mitch crammed in the back. We brought our airsoft guns, some sodas, and Jason grabbed a powerful flashlight from the garage. The cart had decent headlights, but they weren't super bright. At first, it was actually pretty fun. The trails wound through the woods, up and down small hills. The temperature was dropping as evening came on, and I remember the crisp smell of pine needles and dirt. Jason kept pointing out places where he'd seen deer or wild turkeys. The property had several cleared sections connected by these narrow trails, and we'd stop in the clearings to drink our sodas and shoot at trees. After about an hour, the woods were getting pretty dark. The sky was still showing some color, but under the trees, the shadows were thick. I was getting nervous and mentioned that we should probably head back, but Jason insisted we check out one more cool spot before turning around. The trail narrowed as we pushed further into the woods than I'd ever been before. The cart's headlights created this tunnel of visibility, but beyond that was just blackness. Eventually, we came to a spot where the trail seemed to end at an old wire fence. It was about 6 feet high, rusty, with these faded yellow signs hanging every 20 feet or so. The sign said, "Keep out" and "Danger" in big letters, with smaller text that was too faded to read. "What is this place?" I asked, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Jason shrugged. "No idea. It's not part of our property. Dad says it might have been some kind of government installation way back, but it's been abandoned for decades." Through the fence, about 50 yards in, we could see a small structure. It was hard to make out details in the growing darkness, but it looked like a single-story building, maybe the size of a double-wide trailer. The windows were boarded up, and the whole thing had this feeling of wrongness to it. That's when Mitch, who'd been quiet most of the trip, said, "Let's check it out." I immediately said no. Something about that place made my skin crawl, but Ethan was already shining the flashlight along the fence line, looking for a way in. "Look, the fence is down over here," he called out, pointing to a section about 20 feet away where the wire had collapsed. I remember standing there, knowing this was a terrible idea, but not wanting to be the scared kid who ruined everyone's fun. So when Jason parked the cart and they all started walking toward the gap in the fence, I followed. We climbed over the fallen section of fence, our shoes crunching on dead leaves and broken twigs. The air felt different once we crossed that boundary, stiller, heavier somehow. We approached the building slowly, flashlight beams bouncing off the weathered walls. Up close, it looked like some kind of office or research station. The door was metal and hung partially open. Jason pushed it with his foot, and it swung inward with this horrible screech that made us all jump. Inside was just one room, empty except for a metal desk bolted to the floor and some broken filing cabinets. The walls had these weird stains, brownish-yellow patches that ran from ceiling to floor. "This place gives me the creeps," I whispered, not even sure why I was whispering. We spent maybe 5 minutes poking around, but there wasn't much to see. No papers, no equipment, nothing to indicate what the building had been used for, just that oppressive feeling of being somewhere we absolutely shouldn't be. "Let's get out of here," I said, and for once nobody argued. We were about halfway back to the fence when we heard it, a soft clicking sound coming from the bushes beyond the fence line. It was rhythmic, almost like someone tapping their fingernails on a table, but faster. Click, 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 click. We all froze. Jason's flashlight swept toward the sound, but the beam didn't penetrate far enough into the thick underbrush. "Probably just a raccoon," Ethan said, but his voice cracked. We picked up our pace, not running yet, but definitely moving faster. The clicking sound continued, seeming to pace us from beyond the fence. When we reached the gap we'd climbed through, the clicking suddenly stopped. For one stupid moment, we all just stood there, listening. The silence felt worse somehow. Then Jason whispered, "Go, now." We scrambled over the fallen fence section, not caring about the noise we were making. I caught my jeans on a piece of wire and tore them, freeing myself. We piled into the golf cart, Jason fumbling with the keys. That's when we heard it, a screech so loud and so wrong it felt like it pierced straight through my eardrums into my brain. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. Not a mountain lion, not a bear, not anything natural. It was high-pitched, but somehow deep at the same time, like multiple sounds layered together. And then something hit the fence about 30 feet away from us. The entire section shook violently, metal posts rattling. In the dim light from the cart's headlights, I saw the fence bulging inward as if something massive was pushing against it. Jason finally got the key turned, and the cart's electric motor hummed to life. He floored it, the tires spinning in dirt before finding traction. We shot forward down the narrow trail, branches whipping at our faces as Jason took the curves way too fast. Behind us, that horrible screeching sound came again, followed by the crash of breaking branches. Something was following us. The trail here was flanked by dense shrubs about 6 feet tall. As we raced along, I turned in my seat to look back, and that's when I saw it, just for a second, illuminated by our tail lights. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall, hunched over, but still keeping pace with our cart. Its skin, or maybe they were scales, I couldn't tell, was a mottled brownish color that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. But what I remember most clearly were its hands. It had these impossibly long fingers ending in massive claws that would put a dinosaur to shame. And the claws weren't clean. They were dark with what could only have been dried blood. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like I've never screamed before or since. "Shoot it!" Jason yelled, not taking his eyes off the trail. Ethan, Mitch, and I grabbed our airsoft guns and started firing blindly behind us. I know it was stupid. What was plastic BB going to do against that thing? But it was all we had. I heard the BBS hitting something solid, followed by another one of those screeches, this one sounding angry. The thing seemed to falter for a moment, then surged forward again with renewed speed. We hit a particularly rough section of trail, and the cart bounced violently. Mitch was thrown against me, and his gun went flying into the darkness. The creature was getting closer. I could hear its breathing now, a wet, ragged sound that somehow cut through the whine of the cart's motor. "It's gaining on us," I shouted. Jason took a curve so fast that the cart nearly tipped over. We were all holding on for dear life. I could feel the thing's presence right behind us, like a physical weight pressing against my back, and then suddenly, we burst into one of the clearings. The cart's headlights swept across open ground, and when I looked back again, there was nothing there. The thing had vanished at the edge of the woods, as if it couldn't, or wouldn't, follow us into the open space. We didn't slow down. Jason drove that cart at top speed all the way back to his house, taking every shortcut he knew. Nobody spoke. We were all too terrified, all processing what we'd just seen. When we finally reached Jason's backyard, we practically fell out of the cart. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. We all started talking at once, asking if everyone had seen it, describing what we'd seen. Jason's parents weren't home. They'd gone out for dinner, and none of us wanted to stay at that house a minute longer than necessary. We called our parents from Jason's landline, making up some story about not feeling well and wanting to go home early. I think our parents knew something was wrong from our voices, but none of them pushed it. My mom picked me up 15 minutes later. I've never been so happy to see her car in my life. That was 7 months ago. I haven't hung out with Jason, Ethan, or Mitch since then. We see each other at school, but we don't talk about that night. Sometimes I catch Jason's eye in the hallway, and I can tell he's thinking about it too, but neither of us brings it up. I've researched local wildlife extensively since then. Nothing matches what we saw. Nothing even comes close. I've had nightmares where I'm back on that trail, but in the dreams, I'm alone, and the cart won't start, and I can hear that clicking sound getting closer and closer. I still don't know what we encountered that night in the woods. Part of me hopes I never find out. All I know is that there's something out there in the wilderness around Pinewood Valley, something that shouldn't exist. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear that clicking sound outside my bedroom window. Story 6. I never believed in supernatural stuff. I'm the guy who laughs at ghost hunting shows and explains away paranormal videos with camera tricks and bad lighting. At least, that's who I was until about 3 months ago. I work maintenance at this small shopping center in downtown Portland. Nothing fancy, just your typical place with a few retail shops, a cafe, and some office spaces on the second floor. The pay is decent, and the hours fit around my community college schedule, so I can't complain. My shift usually ends around 10 after all the shops close. My coworker Leo and I do a final walkthrough, lock up, and head home. Simple routine I've done hundreds of times. That night started like any other. It was a Tuesday in October, drizzling as usual in Portland. Leo and I finished our cleaning rounds around 9:45. "Hey Marcus, I'm heading out early if that's cool," Leo said, already putting on his jacket. "My kid's got a fever and my wife's been handling it alone all day." No problem, man. I've just got to check the upstairs offices and lock the back door, I told him. After Leo left, I did my final walkthrough of the first floor. Everything looked good. As I headed toward the exit, I glanced up at the second floor and noticed a light still on in one of the offices. Damn it, I muttered to myself. I'd have to go back up and turn it off. The building feels different when you're alone at night. During the day, it's filled with shoppers, employees, music from the stores. At night, it's just empty. The kind of empty that makes normal sounds seem louder than they should be. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, my footsteps echoing against the walls. The hallway was dark except for the strip of light coming from under the office door at the end. Office 207, a small accounting firm that had moved in about 6 months ago. As I got closer to the door, I felt this weird drop in temperature, like walking into an air-conditioned room on a hot day, except I knew the AC system had shut off automatically at 9. I brushed it off, probably just air circulating from somewhere. I pushed the door open. Nothing unusual, just an office with the light left on. Someone's computer was still running too, the screensaver bouncing around. I found the light switch and flipped it off. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, running footsteps coming from the hallway I'd just walked through. Fast, like someone sprinting. I froze. My heart started hammering in my chest. I was supposed to be alone in the building. All the shops were closed. Leo had left. Everyone should have been gone. The footsteps stopped as suddenly as they'd started. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small. "Is someone there?" No answer. I stood in the dark office, trying to convince myself it was just the building settling or pipes knocking. Old buildings make weird noises, right? But those were footsteps. I know what footsteps sound like. After what felt like forever, I edged toward the office door and peeked out into the hallway. It was dark and empty. No sign of anyone. "Get it together, Marcus," I whispered to myself. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it down the hallway. Nothing. I'm not ashamed to admit I was scared. I'm a pretty logical guy and I couldn't explain what I'd heard, but I also couldn't just stand there all night. I stepped out of the office, keeping my back to the wall. The hallway felt colder than before. My flashlight beam bounced off the walls as I moved slowly toward the stairs, straining to hear any sound. Then I smelled something odd, like wet earth and something metallic. It wasn't strong, just a hint in the air, but definitely not a smell that belonged in an office building. I picked up my pace, moving faster toward the stairs. About halfway there, I heard something that made me stop breathing for a second. A soft thud from inside the office I'd just left, like something falling over. That was it. No more investigating. I ran. I sprinted down that hallway faster than I've ever moved in my life, took the stairs 2 at a time, and didn't stop until I reached the main entrance. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock after I slammed the door behind me. Standing outside in the rain, I felt ridiculous. The fluorescent lights of the parking lot made everything seem normal again. I was a grown man who'd just freaked out over some random noise in an empty building. I took a few deep breaths, trying to slow my heart rate. The rational part of my brain started taking over again. Old buildings make noise. Maybe someone had left a window cracked and the wind had knocked something over. Maybe I was just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. By the time I got to my car, I'd almost convinced myself nothing weird had happened. Almost. The next morning, I felt stupid about the whole thing. Lack of sleep and an overactive imagination. That's all it was. I didn't mention it to anyone when I got to work. Around lunchtime, I was changing a light bulb in the hallway when Nathan, the property manager, stopped to chat. "Hey Marcus, everything go okay closing up last night?" "Yeah, fine," I said, not wanting to sound crazy. But then curiosity got the better of me. "Hey, has anyone ever mentioned anything weird about the second floor offices?" Nathan gave me an odd look. "Weird how?" "I don't know. Unusual noises, things like that." He was quiet for a moment. "Funny you should ask. The accountants in 207 have complained a couple times about their papers being on the floor in the morning when they swear they left them on the desks, And the woman who runs the graphic design firm in 204 mentioned her pens keep rolling off her desk when no one's around. My stomach dropped. Could be the building settling, I suggested, not believing it myself. Could be, Nathan agreed, but he didn't sound convinced. Buildings this old, they develop their own quirks. The conversation moved on to other things, but I couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. The office where I'd heard the noise was 207, the same one with the papers mysteriously ending up on the floor. For the next few days, I managed to convince myself it was nothing. Old buildings creak. Air currents can move papers, simple explanations for everything. Then came the following Tuesday. I was taking my break with Dylan, another maintenance guy, near the vending machines in the back hallway. We were just shooting the breeze, talking about some basketball game from the night before. Mid-conversation, I noticed Dylan's eyes shift slightly to look over my shoulder, then back to me. A second later, I got this feeling. You know that feeling when you think someone's watching you? I glanced to my right, just a quick look toward the end of the hallway. Something moved. I'm not talking about a clear sighting of anything specific, just a dark shape that seemed to shift from one side of my vision to the other, like when you catch movement in your peripheral vision but can't quite make it out. Did you see that? Dylan asked, his coffee cup frozen halfway to his mouth. So it wasn't just me. Before I could answer, Nathan walked up to throw away his empty cup. See what? He asked. Nothing, I said quickly. Just thought I saw something move down the hall. Nathan tossed his cup toward the trash bin. What happened next is hard to explain. The cup hit the rim of the bin like it was going to bounce off, but instead the entire bin suddenly tipped over with way more force than should have been possible from a paper cup. It crashed onto its side, garbage spilling out across the floor. We all jumped. It was such a small thing, but it felt wrong somehow. The bin was heavy, weighted at the bottom specifically so it wouldn't tip over easily. What the hell? Nathan muttered, staring at the overturned bin. Dylan laughed nervously. Guess you don't know your own strength, boss. We cleaned up the mess, but the mood had changed. I could tell by the way Nathan kept glancing down the hallway that he was unsettled too. Later that day, when we were alone, Dylan pulled me aside. You felt it too, right? He asked in a low voice. That, I don't know what to call it. Presence? I nodded slowly. I thought it was just me being paranoid after what happened last week. What happened last week? So I told him about the footsteps, the cold spot, the smell. As I talked, Dylan's expression grew more serious. I've worked here 5 years, he said when I finished. Weird stuff has always happened, but it's been getting more frequent. Things moving when no one's around. Cold spots. My keys disappeared from my belt last month and showed up in the supply closet 3 days later. We compared more notes, other strange occurrences we'd both experienced but written off. The motion sensor lights activating in empty rooms, the occasional feeling of being watched, the bathroom door that sometimes locked itself from the inside. You think the place is haunted? I finally asked, feeling ridiculous even saying it out loud. Dylan shrugged. I don't know what to think. All I know is there's something not right about this building, especially after hours. Since then, I've been paying more attention, documenting the weird stuff. 3 times now, I've heard those running footsteps when I'm alone. Twice I've seen that dark shape moving just at the edge of my vision. Once I found all the chairs in the break room arranged in a circle when I know for a fact they were pushed under the tables when we closed up. Last week, I was changing a light in office 207 when the temperature suddenly dropped so much I could see my breath. In October, in a climate-controlled building, I got out of there so fast I left my tools behind. I still don't know what to make of all this. I'm not ready to say I believe in ghosts, but I can't explain what's happening either. All I know is I don't work alone at night anymore. I make sure Leo or Dylan is always with me during closing. The thing that scares me most isn't the noises or the cold spots or even the dark shapes I sometimes glimpse. It's the feeling I get sometimes, this absolute certainty that whatever is in that building is aware of me, that it's watching me. That it knows I've noticed it, and sometimes when I'm leaving at night, I swear I can hear footsteps following me all the way to my car. Story 7. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I still don't know if writing it down is a good idea, but I need to get this off my chest. It's been eating at me, and maybe putting it into words will help me process what I've experienced. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure I believe it myself sometimes, but everything I'm about to tell you happened exactly as I remember it. It all started about 7 months ago when I joined a local art class. I've always loved painting but never had any formal training, so when I saw the flyer for Discover Your Inner Artist at our community center, I signed up immediately. The instructor was this Russian woman named Natalia Petrova. From the moment I walked in, there was something about her that was different. Natalia was probably in her late 40s, tall, with this incredible silver-streaked dark hair that fell past her shoulders. She had these piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through you. There was nothing outwardly strange about her. She was actually warm, friendly, and incredibly talented. Her paintings were breathtaking, vibrant landscapes and portraits that seemed to capture something more than just a person's likeness, like she could somehow paint what was inside them. The first few classes were normal enough. She taught techniques, gave individual feedback, and shared stories about her artistic journey. The other students seemed to adore her. I did too, initially. The turning point came during the 5th class. We'd finished our session and most people had already left. I was taking my time cleaning my brushes when Natalia approached my easel to look at my work, a simple landscape I'd been struggling with. "Elena," she said in her slight accent, "you are fighting with the canvas. You must let the painting speak to you." I laughed awkwardly. I'm not sure landscapes are really my thing. She looked at me with those intense eyes. "Perhaps not. You have darkness in you. Not bad darkness, just depth, like me." She smiled and touched my shoulder. I swear I felt a jolt of something like electricity pass between us. "Would you like tea?" she asked. "I always stay after class. It helps to unwind." That's how our after-class tea sessions began. At first, we just talked about art. Then gradually, as we became more comfortable with each other, the conversations shifted to more personal topics. Natalia was fascinating. She'd lived in Russia, then Spain, and finally settled here. She spoke 4 languages and had traveled extensively, but there was always something guarded about her, something held back, until that one evening about 2 months in. We were having our usual tea when a terrible thunderstorm broke out. The rain was coming down in sheets, and the community center was eerily empty except for us. The lights flickered once, twice, and then Natalia lit some candles she kept in her supply cabinet, just in case. In that candlelight, with thunder rumbling outside, something changed. Maybe it was the atmosphere, or maybe she just decided to trust me, but Natalia started talking about her family. "My grandmother was a witch," she said it so casually, stirring her tea. "Not like in your American movies, no pointy hats or broomsticks. A real witch from the old country. She knew spells and potions. People in our village would come to her when doctors couldn't help them." I remember smiling, thinking she was telling me some quaint cultural story. That's interesting, like a healer or herbalist. No, her eyes locked with mine. A witch. She could make things happen. My mother inherited some of her gifts, the healing ones. She could take away pain with her hands. Natalia held out her palms, studying them. I saw her do it many times. A neighbor with terrible migraines, my cousin with a broken arm. She would place her hands on them and they would feel better. The way she spoke, so matter-of-fact, made my skin prickle. But it cost her. Every time she healed someone, she would get sick afterward. Headaches, nausea, like she absorbed their pain into herself. Natalia sipped her tea. "I have it too, the same gift, but I don't use it." I didn't know what to say. Part of me thought she was messing with me, telling me folklore to spark my artistic imagination, but the look in her eyes was dead serious. "You don't believe me," she said. It wasn't a question. I don't know. It's just unusual." You're polite." She smiled sadly. "Most people would call me crazy, but I'm not." I stopped using the healing when I saw what it did to my mother. She died young, 52. Her body couldn't take it anymore. The conversation might have ended there if the power hadn't gone out completely at that exact moment, plunging us into darkness except for the candles. I jumped and Natalia laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not going to cast a spell on you." But then she kept talking, and what she said next chilled me to the bone. "The healing isn't the worst of it," she said, her face ghostly in the candlelight. "There are other things, darker things." "What do you mean?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. "I dream of people before they die," she said. "Not strangers, people I know, family, friends. They come to me in dreams to say goodbye, the night before it happens." A cold feeling spread through my chest. That must be terrible. "It is. The first time was my uncle when I was 14. I dreamed he came to my bedroom and kissed my forehead. He said, 'Be good, Natasha.' That's what he called me. The next morning, my mother got the call that he had a heart attack in the night. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. Then my school friend when I was 16, my grandmother, my father, always the same. They come to say goodbye." "Maybe it's just coincidence," I suggested weakly. "Or maybe you dream about them after you hear the news and your mind plays tricks." "No." She cut me off firmly. "It always happens before I know, and there's more." She leaned forward, and the candle flame made shadows dance across her face. "When I truly wish someone dead, when I feel it with real emotion, it happens." My mouth went dry. "What do you mean?" "It has happened twice that I know of," she said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. "The first time I was 23. There was a relative, my mother's cousin, who was a terrible man. He hurt his wife, his children. Everyone knew, but no one did anything. One night, after seeing his wife with bruises again, I was so angry. I remember thinking very clearly, we would all be better without him. I felt it so strongly. 3 weeks later, he died of a stroke." "That's just coincidence," I said immediately. "People have negative thoughts all the time. It doesn't make them come true." "Perhaps," she said. "That's what I told myself too, until the second time." She fell silent, staring into her tea. "What was the second time?" I finally asked. "My first love, Alexei. We were together for 3 years. I thought we would marry. Then I found out he had been with another woman, many other women. When I confronted him, he laughed at me, said I was naive to think he would be faithful." Her hands tightened around her mug. I was devastated, heartbroken, and in that moment, I hated him so much. I remember screaming at him to get out, and as he was leaving, I wished... She stopped. "You wished what?" "I wished he would get hit by a truck." Her voice was flat. Those exact words. I wished he would get hit by a truck and feel as broken as I felt. An icy feeling crept up my spine. 2 weeks later, he was crossing the street and a delivery truck ran a red light. "Did he die?" I could barely get the words out. She nodded. "Not instantly. He was in the hospital for 3 days, but before it happened, this is what scares me the most. I had dreams. 3 nights in a row I dreamed about him dying in a car accident. The 3rd night I was so frightened that I called him. This was after our breakup, so it was awkward, but I warned him. I begged him not to drive that night." "What did he say?" "He laughed. Said I was being dramatic." She looked up at me. "He wasn't in a car, he was walking, but still, he died exactly as I had wished in my anger." Thunder crashed outside, making me jump again. Natalia reached out and touched my hand. "I'm sorry. I frightened you. I shouldn't have told you these things." "No, it's fine," I lied. "It's just stories, right? Coincidences." She smiled sadly. "You don't have to pretend to believe me. Almost no one does, except my mother, who had her own burdens, and my grandmother, who understood too well." "Have there been others?" I asked, not sure why I was pursuing this. She hesitated. "Maybe one more. In Spain, I moved there for a man. We were together for 2 years. Then he left me for someone else. I was not in a good place. I wished him harm, not death. I had learned to be careful with my thoughts by then, but I wished he would know what it felt like to be trapped, to have his freedom taken away like he had taken away my future. She sipped her tea. I heard recently from a mutual friend that he's in prison. Tax fraud, apparently. The storm was beginning to ease outside, but the knot in my stomach was only getting tighter. I checked my phone. Almost 11. I needed to get home. I should go, I said, standing up abruptly. It's late. Natalia nodded. Of course, I've kept you with my strange tales. As she walked me to the door, she added, Elena, please don't worry. I would never wish you harm. In fact, I care for you very much. You remind me of myself at your age. That did not comfort me at all. I'll see you next class, I managed to say. She smiled. Yes, and perhaps we can keep our conversations to art techniques from now on. I nodded and practically fled to my car. That was 7 months ago. I did go back to the class. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't fully believe her. Maybe I was morbidly fascinated, or maybe I was afraid of what would happen if I suddenly stopped attending. Natalia never mentioned our conversation again. She was the same warm, talented teacher as before, but I started noticing things. How the plants near her desk always thrived while others wilted. How animals were strangely drawn to her. Birds would land nearby when she sketched outdoors, and once a stray cat followed her into class and wouldn't leave her side. How people would tell her their deepest troubles within minutes of meeting her. And most disturbing of all, how she sometimes looked at people with this strange, faraway expression, like she was seeing something the rest of us couldn't. 2 months ago, an older man in our class had a heart attack during a session. As people panicked and called for an ambulance, I saw Natalia standing perfectly still, watching him with that same expression. Later, when he'd been taken to the hospital, he survived. I overheard her talking to another student. I knew something was wrong, she said quietly. He had a shadow over him today. I've seen it before. Last week, I finally worked up the courage to ask her about it. After class, during our now routine tea, yes, I still stay, I can't explain why, I mentioned the incident. That day when Harold had his heart attack, you said you saw a shadow over him. She looked surprised, then guarded. You heard that? Yes, what did you mean? She was quiet for a long moment. It's another thing I sometimes see, not often. A darkness around people who are close to death or serious illness. My grandmother called it the approaching shadow. And you saw it around Harold? Yes. That's why I wasn't surprised when he collapsed. I was only surprised that he survived. She smiled slightly. I'm glad he did. He's a kind man. I couldn't stop myself from asking, do you see it around me? Her eyes widened. No, Eleanor, you're surrounded by light, not shadow. I should have been relieved, but somehow her answer unsettled me even more. Here's the thing. Natalia is not what you'd expect a witch to be. She's kind. She volunteers at animal shelters. She brings cookies to class that she bakes herself. She remembers everyone's birthdays and the names of their children. She's probably the most genuinely caring person I've ever met. And yet, there's this darkness to her. Not evil, but something powerful and ancient and unwanted. She carries it like a burden. I've seen the sadness in her eyes when she thinks no one is looking. I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't believe in witches or curses or death premonitions. But I can't explain the chill that runs through me when she sometimes looks at a person too long, or the way the room seems to change when she's emotional, or how I've started having vivid dreams since meeting her. Last night, I dreamed about Natalia. She was standing in a field of red flowers, looking up at a sky full of ravens. When she turned to me, she was crying. I'm sorry, she said. I never meant for you to see. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. What did it mean? What am I not supposed to see? I have class again tomorrow evening. I don't know if I'll go. Part of me wants to run as far from Natalia Petrova as possible, but another part, a stronger part, is drawn to her, to the mystery of her. I feel like I'm living in the first chapter of a horror movie, where everything seems mostly normal, but there's this undercurrent of wrongness that only I can feel. The rational part of my brain says she's just a lonely woman with some unusual beliefs and an active imagination. Maybe she made it all up to seem interesting. Maybe she truly believes it, but it's all coincidence and confirmation bias. But when I look into those piercing blue eyes, I don't think so. I think Natalia Petrova is exactly what she claims to be, and I don't know what that means for me. Story 8. Hakite. I still can't explain what happened during our trip to San Francisco last month. I've been putting off writing about it because honestly, I'm still trying to process everything, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My boyfriend Daniel planned this amazing weekend getaway for my birthday in San Francisco. We've been together for 3 years, and he knows I've always wanted to explore the city properly, instead of just passing through for work. He booked us this cute boutique hotel near Union Square, one of those trendy places with minimalist decor and exposed brick walls. 4 stars, great reviews, the works. From the outside, it looked perfect. I should mention that I grew up in the Philippines, where ghost stories and paranormal experiences aren't just campfire tales. They're part of everyday life. My grandmother used to tell me I had a third eye because I'd sometimes see or feel things others couldn't. As a kid, I had a few unexplainable experiences that my family didn't question. They just accepted them as part of our reality. But after moving to the States for college 10 years ago, those experiences faded, and I convinced myself I'd outgrown that sensitivity. Well, that weekend in San Francisco proved me wrong. We checked in on Friday afternoon. The lobby was gorgeous, all marble floors and pendant lighting. The front desk guy was super friendly, giving us recommendations for dinner spots while handling our paperwork. Our room was on the 4th floor, at the end of a long hallway with dark wood floors and vintage-looking sconces on the walls. It had this cool, hip vibe, nothing creepy about it. The room itself was beautiful. King bed with crisp white sheets, a small sitting area by the window overlooking the street, and a clean, modern bathroom with one of those rainfall showers. Daniel was thrilled with his choice, and I was just happy to be away from work for a weekend. We dropped our bags, freshened up, and headed out to explore. Friday was perfect. We wandered around Union Square, had amazing dim sum for lunch in Chinatown, and took one of those silly tourist photos at Fisherman's Wharf. We came back to the hotel around 11 that night, exhausted but happy. I remember thinking how lucky I was as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 3 in the morning, mouth dry from the wine we'd had with dinner. Daniel was fast asleep next to me, snoring softly. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the bathroom nightlight. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake him, and grabbed the water bottle from the nightstand. As I took a sip, the bathroom door, which had been closed when we went to bed, suddenly swung open. Not just a crack, but wide open, like someone had pulled it from inside. I froze, water bottle halfway to my mouth, staring at the empty bathroom. "Daniel," I whispered, even though I could clearly hear him still sleeping behind me. I put the water down and walked over to the bathroom. The light was still on, casting that dim glow I'd seen from bed. I looked inside, empty of course, and checked behind the door and the shower curtain. Nothing. I pushed the door closed again, making sure it latched properly. When I got back to bed, I nudged Daniel awake. "The bathroom door just opened by itself," I whispered. He grunted, half asleep, probably just air pressure or something. Old building. I wanted to believe him, but that door had been firmly shut. It wouldn't have opened unless someone pulled it. I lay awake for another hour, listening. That's when I first noticed the tapping. It was subtle at first, just light taps on the wall behind our headboard. Tap, tap. Pause. Tap. I tried to rationalize it. Pipes, other guests, street noise, but it had a deliberate quality to it, like someone trying to get my attention. Eventually, I fell back asleep, but I felt uneasy. The next day, Saturday, we had breakfast at this cute cafe down the street. I mentioned the door and the tapping to Daniel, who laughed it off. "You've been watching too many ghost hunter shows," he said, stealing a piece of my croissant. I laughed along with him. In the daylight, with the bustle of the city around us, my fears seemed silly. We spent the day at Golden Gate Park and had an early birthday dinner for me at this fancy restaurant Daniel had reserved months in advance. By the time we got back to the hotel, I'd almost forgotten about the previous night. Almost. That night was our last in the hotel. We'd be checking out Sunday morning and driving back home. We got ready for bed around 10, both of us tired from walking all day. Daniel fell asleep instantly, but I stayed up scrolling through the photos we'd taken that day. Around midnight, I put my phone down and tried to sleep. The room was completely dark now, and silent except for Daniel's breathing. I was just drifting off when I felt it. A presence. Not just the vague feeling of being watched, but a powerful sense that someone was standing on my side of the bed, staring down at me. My eyes shot open, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. The presence felt so strong that I was sure if I reached out, my hand would touch someone. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move. The air felt heavy, charged somehow. The temperature on my side of the room seemed to drop, and I could see my breath in the moonlight coming through a gap in the curtains. Then came the sounds, a ruffling noise from the corner where we'd put our suitcases and hung some clothes. Like someone was going through our things, moving fabric around. I strained my eyes to see, but it was too dark. The tapping started again, but this time not just on the wall behind us. It moved to the window, then the bathroom door, then back to the wall, always in sets of two. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap. I wanted to wake Daniel, but I was literally frozen with fear. My body wouldn't respond to my brain's commands to move, to speak. The presence beside the bed seemed to grow stronger, and I swear I felt something brush against my exposed arm, not like a touch, more like the displacement of air as something passed by. The bathroom door, which we'd made sure was firmly closed before bed, creaked open again. Slowly this time, inch by inch, until it was fully open. The nightlight inside cast just enough glow to see that the bathroom was empty, or at least empty of anything visible. Then came the moment that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. A distinct sound of something being deliberately dropped on the floor in the corner of the room. Not something light like a piece of clothing, something with weight. It hit the floor with a solid thud. That broke my paralysis. I screamed and grabbed Daniel, shaking him awake. He shot up in bed, confused and alarmed. "What? What's wrong?" He fumbled for the bedside lamp. When the light came on, I looked toward the corner where I'd heard the sound. There was nothing on the floor. Our suitcases were undisturbed, clothes still hanging where we'd left them. The bathroom door stood wide open, just as I'd seen it in the dim light. "Something's in here," I said, my voice shaking. I heard something, and the bathroom door opened again, and there was something by the bed. Daniel got up and checked the entire room, looked under the bed, in the closet, the bathroom, behind the curtains. Nothing. He even went to the door to see if it was properly locked. It was just a nightmare, he said, sitting back on the bed. "You were probably half asleep, but I knew I hadn't been dreaming. The tapping, the presence, the cold spot, the sound on the floor, it had all been real, too specific, too consistent to be a dream." We kept the lights on for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep at all, just sat up in bed, watching the room. Daniel dozed off eventually, but kept waking up to check on me. The presence never returned while the lights were on, but I could still feel something in the room with us, waiting. The tapping stopped too, but occasionally I'd hear what sounded like whispered conversations from the hallway. Except when I'd listen more carefully, I couldn't make out any words, just the cadence of speech. When morning finally came, I've never been so relieved to see daylight. We packed quickly and headed down to check out. I was tempted to ask the front desk if anyone had ever reported strange experiences in our room, but Daniel gave me a look that clearly said, "Don't be that person," so I kept quiet. It wasn't until we were on the highway heading home that I finally looked up the hotel on my phone. I didn't tell Daniel what I was doing, just said I was checking emails. What I found made my blood run cold. Several reviews mentioned unexplainable experiences in the hotel. Most were vague: strange noises, uneasy feelings, items moved, but a few described exactly what I'd experienced. One review from 8 months ago mentioned a bathroom door that opened on its own. Another described tapping sounds in sets of two. A review from last year mentioned feeling a presence watching them from beside the bed. I dug deeper and found an article about the history of the building. Before it was converted into a hotel in the early 2000s, it had been apartments. Before that, in the 1930s, it was a small hospital. The article didn't mention any specific tragedies or deaths, but it did note that the building was rumored to be haunted. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still can't explain what happened in that hotel room. The presence I felt watching me, the autonomous movement of that door, the deliberate tapping, the sound of something dropping, it all felt so intentional, like whatever was there wanted me specifically to know it was present. Daniel still thinks I had a nightmare or let my imagination run wild, but I know what I experienced. Something in that San Francisco hotel room made itself known to me. It seemed to be observing us, particularly on that final night. Maybe it was curious, maybe it was territorial, or maybe it was trying to communicate something I couldn't understand. I don't know if I'll ever go back to San Francisco, and I definitely won't be staying at that hotel again, but I can't stop thinking about what might still be there, watching other guests as they sleep, opening doors, making its presence known in subtle ways that are easy to dismiss in the light of day. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that familiar tap-tap on my bedroom wall, and for a split second, I wonder if whatever was in that hotel room followed me home. Story 9. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 months since I experienced it, and I'm still not sleeping right. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear every word is true. My family got this huge house in rural Montana last year for practically nothing. The previous owner practically begged us to take it off his hands. Dad thought we'd scored the deal of a lifetime. 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a finished basement, and 20 acres of land for less than half the market value. Mom was suspicious, but Dad insisted the guy was just going through a divorce and needed to liquidate quickly. What my parents didn't tell me until after we moved in was that the seller had actually warned them about unworldly disturbances in the house. They laughed it off. My folks aren't exactly believers in the paranormal. Dad's an engineer and Mom's a physician, so they tend to require evidence for everything. They figured the guy was either unstable or trying to cover up some structural issue with ghost stories. Anyway, about 2 months ago, my parents and younger sister had to attend my cousin's wedding in Billings, about 4 hours away. I stayed behind because I had finals coming up at college and needed to study. I wasn't worried about being alone. We lived pretty isolated, with about 5 kilometers of dense forest in every direction before you hit another property. But I had my 3 dogs with me: Lisa, my German Shepherd, and Tina and Maria, our 2 Labradors. Those dogs have been my security blanket since I was a kid. My family left around 1 in the afternoon. I remember watching their car disappear down our long gravel driveway, feeling that weird mix of freedom and loneliness you get when your family leaves you alone. I spent the afternoon studying in the living room with the dogs sprawled around me. Everything was totally normal. Around 6, I made dinner and fed the dogs. The sun was starting to set, and that's when I first noticed something odd. Lisa, who's usually super relaxed, kept staring down the main hallway toward the bedrooms. She wasn't barking or growling, just staring. Her ears were perked forward, and she had this intense focus I'd never seen before. I called her name a few times, but she wouldn't look away. I figured maybe a mouse was in the walls or something. This house is old, built in the 1970s, and we're surrounded by woods, so wildlife occasionally finds its way inside. I went back to eating, but then Tina got up and joined Lisa, both of them now staring down that hallway. I felt a little chill, but told myself I was being stupid. I turned on some music to break the weird silence and tried to ignore them, but after about 20 minutes I noticed Maria had joined them too. All three dogs were now standing at the entrance to the hallway, completely fixated on something I couldn't see. That's when I first felt it, this bizarre sensation that someone else was in the house with me. Not just the vague feeling of being watched, but a certainty that another presence was moving around in the rooms down the hall. I called out, "Hello?" Feeling immediately stupid afterward. Who was I expecting to answer? The dogs didn't react to my voice, which was unusual. They continued staring, and then Lisa let out this low, rumbling growl that made the hair on my arms stand up. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend Jake, asking if he could come over. I didn't tell him why, I just said I was bored. He replied that he couldn't make it until tomorrow. Great. I decided to check the hallway myself. I flipped on every light switch as I moved through the house. The hallway stretches about 15 meters from the living area to the end where my parents' master bedroom is located. My room and my sister's are on the left side, with a bathroom between them. On the right are a guest room and another bathroom. As I walked down the hallway, the temperature dropped noticeably. Montana gets cold, but this was different. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath didn't fog or anything, but goosebumps covered my arms. The dogs wouldn't follow me, which was really weird. Lisa always sticks to me like glue. I checked each room. Nothing out of place, no broken windows, no signs of intrusion. I even looked under the beds and in the closets like a kid afraid of monsters. Finding nothing, I felt both relieved and foolish. When I returned to the living room, the dogs had relaxed somewhat. Maria and Tina were lying down again, though Lisa remained alert. I decided to put on a movie to distract myself, turning the volume up louder than necessary to fill the house with noise. About halfway through the film, around 9:30, I heard a door close somewhere in the house. Not slam, just the soft click of a latch catching. I muted the TV and listened. The dogs were instantly on alert again, all three now growling low in their throats. "It's just the house settling," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. Old houses make noises, everyone knows that, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had just closed a door deliberately. I got up, my heart pounding, and grabbed a baseball bat from the closet. "Hello," I called out again, louder this time. "I know someone's there. I'm calling the police." No response, just the eerie silence of the house. I checked my phone. Full signal, thankfully. Our location is remote, but we have a signal booster. I dialed 911 but didn't press call. I felt stupid. What would I say? "Help, my dogs are acting weird and I heard a noise." I decided to check the house again. This time, Lisa followed me, staying right against my leg. The other two remained in the living room, whining softly. The hallway seemed even colder now, and longer somehow, as if the 15 meters had stretched to 20 or 30. I know that sounds impossible, but that's how it felt. The shadows between the light fixtures seemed deeper, darker. I flipped on my phone's flashlight for extra illumination. When I reached my bedroom, I noticed the door was closed. I was certain I'd left it open earlier. Lisa growled, the sound vibrating against my leg. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. It felt ice cold to the touch. I pushed the door open slowly, bat raised in my other hand. Nothing seemed out of place at first, until I noticed my desk chair had been moved from its usual spot to the center of the room facing the door, as if someone had been sitting there waiting for me to enter. My mouth went dry. I backed out slowly, pulling the door shut. Nope, I muttered. I checked the other rooms quickly. Nothing disturbed, and hurried back to the living room. I tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. They were probably at the rehearsal dinner with their phones silenced. I texted my dad, "Something weird is happening at the house. Call me when you can." By 10:30, the dogs wouldn't stop barking. They'd all moved to the hallway entrance, facing it like they were confronting an intruder. I couldn't see or hear anything, but the air felt thick, charged with something I can't explain. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they went out completely. The house plunged into darkness except for the glow of my phone screen. I tried the light switches. Nothing. I checked outside through the front window to see if it was a general outage, but I could see lights from distant properties twinkling through the trees. Just our house then. I found some candles in a kitchen drawer and lit them with shaking hands. The dogs had stopped barking but were now making this awful whining sound like they were in pain or terrified. Lisa kept looking back at me and then down the hall as if trying to communicate something. That's when I heard the footsteps, slow, deliberate steps coming from the far end of the hallway, from my parents' bedroom. Not the creaking of an old house, but distinct footfalls. Someone, or something, was walking toward the living room. The dogs went crazy, barking and growling, but they wouldn't advance into the hallway. I stood frozen, the bat clutched in my sweaty hands, watching the darkness of the hallway. The footsteps grew closer. I could hear them clearly over the dogs barking. Then they stopped, about halfway down the hall. I couldn't see anything there, but I felt a presence, a concentration of energy or mass or whatever you want to call it. The air seemed to distort slightly, like the heat waves you see rising from hot pavement. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. "I'm armed, and I've called the police." No response, but the temperature dropped so rapidly that I gasped. It must have fallen 20 degrees in seconds. The candle flames dipped and wavered as if in a breeze, though there was no air movement I could feel. Then came the whisper, a voice so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Get out." I'm not ashamed to admit I nearly wet myself. The voice wasn't coming from the hallway anymore. It was right beside my ear, as if someone was standing right next to me, their lips almost touching my skin. I swung the bat wildly, hitting nothing but air. The dogs were going absolutely berserk now, running in circles and barking at empty corners of the room. Maria suddenly yelped as if something had struck her, and she retreated under the coffee table, trembling. That was it. I grabbed my keys and phone, called the dogs, and ran for the front door. I turned the deadbolt, pulled, and it wouldn't open. I tried again, rattling the door in its frame. It felt like someone was holding it shut from the other side. I ran to the back door off the kitchen. Same thing, locked or stuck somehow. The windows wouldn't budge either. I was trapped. By now I was in full panic mode. I retreated to the center of the living room with the dogs circled around me. Lisa kept barking at something moving in the shadows, something I still couldn't see. The whispers increased, becoming a chorus of unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from every dark corner of the house. Objects began to move, small things at first. A book fell from a shelf. A picture frame turned face down. The temperature continued to drop until I could see my breath in the candlelight. Then came the most terrifying moment of the night. As I stood there, paralyzed with fear, I felt something touch the back of my neck. Cold, dry fingers that trailed slowly from my hairline down to my shoulder. I screamed and spun around. Nothing visible, but the sensation had been unmistakable. The whisper came again, louder. "This is my house." The candles all went out simultaneously. In the darkness, I saw it. A vague, human-shaped shadow, darker than the surrounding blackness, standing at the entrance to the hallway. It had no distinct features I could make out, just a general form that seemed to absorb what little light remained. The dogs saw it too. Lisa lunged forward, barking furiously. The shadow moved, not walking but gliding, retreating down the hallway. Lisa chased after it, ignoring my frantic calls for her to come back. I couldn't leave her. Using my phone's flashlight, I followed, Tina and Maria reluctantly coming with me. The hallway felt endless now, impossibly long. The beam of my flashlight barely penetrated the darkness ahead. I heard Lisa barking from my parents' room at the end of the hall. When I finally reached the doorway, I saw her standing in the center of the room, facing the corner. The shadow was there, more solid now, almost opaque. As my light fell upon it, it turned. I still couldn't see a face, but I felt it looking at me. The temperature was so cold now that ice crystals had formed on the windows. "Why are you here?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. The shadow seemed to expand, growing larger, filling the corner from floor to ceiling. The whispering increased to a roar of voices, and I caught fragments. "Always been here, never leave, mine." Something shoved me, hard. I felt hands on my chest, pushing me backward with incredible force. I fell into the hallway, my phone flying from my hand and skittering across the floor, its light casting bizarre, shifting shadows. Lisa yelped from inside the room, and then the door slammed shut between us. I screamed her name, pounding on the wood. I could hear her barking and something else, a sound like heavy furniture being dragged across the floor. I tried the knob, but it was ice cold and wouldn't turn. I rammed my shoulder against the door repeatedly, the wood creaking but not giving way. Then abruptly everything stopped. The temperature normalized. The whispers ceased. The door swung open on its own, revealing Lisa standing unharmed in the empty room, wagging her tail as if nothing had happened. I backed away, grabbing my phone from the floor. The house seemed normal again, but I wasn't taking any chances. I gathered the dogs in the living room and sat with them on the couch, the bat across my lap, lights now working again. None of us slept. At dawn, I tried the front door again. It opened easily. I took the dogs outside and sat in my car until my family returned later that day. I told them everything. They didn't believe me, of course, suggested it was stress from exams or that I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare. But I know what I experienced. Something is in that house, something that wants us gone. I sleep with my bedroom door locked now, and the dogs inside with me. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I still hear those footsteps in the hallway, pausing outside my door, and sometimes I swear I can hear it whisper my name. Story 10. I still have a hard time admitting this to myself, let alone telling other people about it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. When I was around 5 years old, I met Christina. She moved into our house without any fanfare, at least that's how it seemed to me. I don't remember our first encounter, just that suddenly she was there, and we became inseparable. Christina had this beautiful, long, wavy hair that fell just past her shoulders. She usually wore it half up with these little clips that had tiny butterflies on them. I was always jealous of her hair because mine was straight and wouldn't hold any style. She mostly wore these flowy dresses that seemed to move even when there wasn't any breeze. I remember thinking she always looked so put together compared to me and my play clothes covered in dirt. There was this one time, I'll never forget it, when she showed up wearing these bright orange pants. Not just any orange, but this horrific neon orange that hurt your eyes if you stared too long. She called them her Manchester pants, though I had no idea what that meant at the time. They were so out of character for her that we both couldn't stop giggling about it. We did everything together. I mean, everything. She sat with me during breakfast, though she never ate anything. She'd watch cartoons with me, always letting me pick what we watched. She'd swing next to me at the playground, sometimes going so high I was afraid she'd loop right over the top. I remember asking her once how she could swing so high, and she just smiled and said, "I'm lighter than you." My parents started acting weird pretty early on. I'd be in my room laughing and talking with Christina, and my mom would peek in with this concerned look on her face. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" she'd ask, and I'd point right at Christina sitting cross-legged on my bed. Mom would force a smile, but I could tell something was off by the way her eyes darted around the room. "She's just playing with her imaginary friend," I'd overhear my dad say to her later. It's normal for kids her age. But Christina wasn't imaginary. She was right there. I could see her as clearly as I could see anyone else. Why couldn't they? When I was 7, we took a family vacation to the beach. Christina came along, of course. She loved the ocean, though she never went in deeper than her ankles. I built sandcastles while she gathered shells, placing them in patterns around our creations. That evening, my parents took me out for ice cream. Christina came too, sitting next to me in the booth. When the waitress asked what I wanted, I ordered for both of us. Chocolate for me, strawberry for Christina. "Just one ice cream," my mom corrected, giving me that look again. "But Christina wants strawberry," I insisted. My parents exchanged glances across the table. "Honey," my dad said gently, "we've talked about this. You need to understand the difference between what's real and what's pretend." I felt my face getting hot with embarrassment and anger. She's not pretend. She's sitting right here. I slammed my hand on the empty space next to me. Christina flinched, her eyes filling with tears. The rest of that vacation was tense. I could hear my parents whispering at night about whether they should take me to see someone, a doctor, a therapist, someone who could help me understand reality. But I didn't need help. Christina was real. She was my best friend. There was this one time when I was about 8 when Christina convinced me to cut my hair. She had been talking about how much prettier I'd look with short hair like hers, though her hair wasn't short at all. One afternoon, while my mom was on the phone, we snuck into the bathroom with a pair of scissors. Christina directed me, telling me exactly where to cut. More on the left, she'd say. Now try to make it even on the right. By the time my mom found us, I had chopped off almost all my hair in chunks, leaving a disaster that no hairdresser could salvage. My mom was furious. I'd never seen her so angry. I tried to explain that it was Christina's idea, but that just made things worse. "There is no Christina," my mom shouted, her face red. "This has gone too far." That night, I heard my parents arguing downstairs. Words like specialist and evaluation drifted up through the heating vent. Christina sat on my bed looking guilty. "I'm sorry I got you in trouble," she whispered. "It's okay," I told her, though I was still upset about my hair. "They just don't understand." After the haircut incident, my parents started watching me more closely. They'd intervene whenever they caught me talking to Christina, trying to redirect my attention to real friends. They arranged more playdates with kids from school, probably hoping I'd forget about her. But how could I forget about someone who was always there? Christina was more consistent than anyone else in my life. She never canceled plans. She never had other friends she'd rather hang out with. She was just there, always. As I got older, around 10 or 11, something started to change. Christina visited less frequently. Some days she wouldn't show up at all, and I'd feel this hollow ache in my chest, like I'd lost something important. When she did appear, she seemed fainter somehow, like I was looking at her through foggy glass. "Why don't you come around as much anymore?" I asked her one afternoon as we sat on my bed, flipping through a magazine. She looked at me with those sad eyes. "You're growing up," she said simply. "That's how it works." I didn't understand what she meant then, but she was right. I was growing up. I was making real friends at school. I was getting interested in sports and music and boys. The space that Christina had occupied in my life was slowly filling with other things. By the time I turned 12, Christina had stopped coming altogether. I thought about her sometimes, but less and less as the years passed. Eventually, she became a foggy childhood memory, filed away with Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. Things I once believed in but had outgrown, or so I thought. I was 23 when it happened. I had moved back in with my parents temporarily after college while looking for a job. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was dead asleep when my mother burst into my room, shaking me awake. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with shock. "I saw her," she gasped, her hands trembling. "I actually saw her." "Saw who?" I mumbled, still half asleep. "That girl you used to talk about, Christina. I saw her standing outside the bathroom door." I sat up, suddenly wide awake. "What are you talking about?" My mom sat on the edge of my bed, her voice shaking. I got up to use the bathroom, and when I opened our bedroom door, there was a young girl standing in the hallway. She had long wavy hair, half up with little clips, wearing a white nightgown. She looked right at me and then she was gone, just disappeared. My blood ran cold. The description was too accurate. The hair, the clips, even the way my mom described her stance, slightly tilted to one side with her hands clasped in front of her, was exactly how Christina used to stand. "Did you ever see a picture of her?" I asked. "Maybe I had a photo from school or something." My mom shook her head. "I never saw any pictures. You used to describe her to me, but I always thought—" She trailed off. "That I was making her up," I finished. We stared at each other in the dim light of my bedroom. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Oh my God, I was playing with a ghost. That's why they thought I was crazy. All those years, my parents hadn't been dismissing an imaginary friend. They'd been genuinely worried because there was nothing there to them, nothing visible anyway. After that night, it was like a floodgate had opened. My mom started noticing other things, objects moving slightly, cold spots in certain rooms, the feeling of being watched. We started talking about Christina openly for the first time since I was a child, comparing notes about what I remembered and what my mom had experienced. About a year after my mom's sighting, my brother and his family came to stay for a week. They brought my nephew, who was 5 at the time, the same age I'd been when I first met Christina. On their second day, I found him sitting in my old bedroom, talking animatedly to the empty air. "Who are you talking to, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He looked up at me, then back at the empty spot. "My new friend," he said. "She says she knows you." A chill ran down my spine. "What's your friend's name?" He shrugged. "She won't tell me. She says you already know it." After that, I noticed him having these conversations several times during their visit. When I asked him about it later, he would clam up, refusing to discuss his friend. My brother mentioned that he'd been doing this at home too, talking to someone who wasn't there. They'd assumed it was just an imaginary friend phase, but I knew better. Over the next few years, other family members reported brief glimpses of a young girl in various parts of the house. My dad, who had been the biggest skeptic, saw her reflection in the kitchen window one night while doing dishes. My aunt, during a holiday visit, swore she saw a girl sitting on the stairs when she got up for a glass of water, only to find the staircase empty when she looked again. Last year, my parents had a medium come to the house. They hadn't planned it that way. She was a friend of a friend who stopped by for dinner and immediately sensed something. "You have a young visitor," she said within minutes of arriving. "She's been here a long time." The medium spent some time walking through the house, stopping occasionally to close her eyes or touch a wall. When she finished, she told us something unexpected. "She's not trapped here," the medium explained. "She's not one of those spirits stuck between worlds or unable to move on. She simply likes it here. She likes your family. This is where she chooses to be." According to the medium, Christina, and yes, that was the name the medium picked up without any prompting from us, had formed a connection with our family years ago and continued to visit because she felt comfortable here. She wasn't harmful or angry or any of the things you'd expect from a ghost story. She was just a presence that had become part of our home. It's been about 2 years since the medium's visit. We've all gotten used to the idea that Christina is around. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye or feel like someone's watching me when I'm alone in a room. My nephew, now 10, still sees her sometimes when he visits, though he's become more private about it as he's gotten older. The strangest part is how normal it all feels now. Christina is just another member of the household, one who happens to be a bit less substantial than the rest of us. My mom will sometimes say good morning to her when she comes downstairs. My dad leaves a light on in the hallway at night in case she's moving around. I sometimes wonder if she's always been there, even during those years when I thought she was gone. Was she watching me grow up, standing invisible in the corner of my room during my teenage angst, my college preparations, my first heartbreaks? The thought should be creepy, but somehow it's comforting instead. Christina was my first best friend, and in some strange way, she still is. I just wish I could see her as clearly now as I did when I was 5, sitting on the swings and planning our next adventure. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I'll talk to her. I don't know if she can hear me or if she's even there, but I like to think she is. I like to think she's still wearing those ridiculous orange pants and waiting for me to notice her again. Story 11. I still can't sleep with my door open. It's been 15 years since that night, but the memory is so fresh that sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear those footsteps again. I was 9 years old then, living with my mom, stepdad Rick, and my 2 little brothers, Marco, 5, and Luis, 4. We had moved into this old house in Pinewood about 8 months earlier. It was one of those houses that had character, too much character if you ask me. Built sometime in the 1930s, it had all the charm of an old home. Wood floors that squeaked in specific spots, doors that wouldn't close right unless you lifted them slightly, and a staircase that announced everyone's comings and goings. That staircase, God, I can still hear it. Each step had its own voice. The third step from the bottom made a high-pitched whine. The fifth step had a deep, hollow sound. And the railing, that old wooden railing, it would creak and groan when you put any weight on it. We used to joke that we could identify who was coming up the stairs just by listening to how they moved. Mom was quick and light. Rick was heavy on the left side of the steps. Marco would always jump from the third step to the fifth, skipping the fourth entirely. The day it happened started out horrible and just got worse. My great-grandmother, Abuela Elena, had passed away that morning. She was 92 and had been sick for a long time, struggling with her lungs. In her last years, she had to drag an oxygen tank behind her wherever she went. The sound of her shuffling steps and the hiss of that oxygen tank had become so familiar. Mom had to work the night shift at the hospital that evening. She couldn't get it off, even with Abuela's passing. She was a nurse and they were short-staffed. Rick was supposed to watch us, which usually wasn't a problem, but that night everything felt wrong. Our bedrooms were in the basement. It was partially finished, carpeted and everything, but still a basement. Usually I didn't mind sleeping down there, but that night none of us kids wanted to go to bed. We kept making excuses, asking for water, another story, anything to stay upstairs. I think we were all feeling the same thing. Something wasn't right. The air felt heavy, like right before a storm, but the night was clear. Not a cloud in the sky, no wind, nothing. Around 9:30, Rick finally put his foot down. "Sophia, take your brothers downstairs. It's way past bedtime." I remember arguing, tears welling up in my eyes for no reason I could explain. "Please, can we sleep up here tonight? Just tonight?" Rick was frustrated. "What's gotten into you kids? You sleep downstairs every night." "I don't want to go down there," Marco whined, clinging to Rick's leg. Luis was already crying, and he rarely cried about bedtime. Eventually, Rick gave in slightly. "Fine, you can all sleep in the living room. I'll get some blankets." We made a nest on the floor with pillows and blankets. Rick put on a movie to help us settle down, but none of us were watching it. We were all on edge, listening to the house. The living room was adjacent to the staircase that led to the basement, and from where we were sitting, we could see the top of the stairs. It started around 10:15. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it, a soft creak from the bottom of the basement stairs. I remember freezing, my whole body going still as I strained to listen. Then it came again, the unmistakable sound of someone putting weight on that third step, the one that always whined. "Rick," I whispered, my voice catching in my throat. "Someone's coming up the stairs." He looked at me like I was making it up, but then we all heard it, the fifth step, with its hollow thud. Slow, deliberate, like someone was taking their time, struggling with each step. Our dog, Pepper, who had been sleeping by the couch, suddenly sat up, her ears perked forward, staring at the staircase. She started growling, a low rumble that made the hair on my arms stand up. Rick got up, trying to act brave. "It's just the house settling. Old houses make noises, but we all knew better. We lived in that house. We knew its noises, its creaks and groans. This was different. This was someone climbing those stairs, one painful step at a time." The footsteps continued, slow and steady. Creak, pause, creak, pause. Like an elderly person struggling to climb, like someone dragging something behind them. Marco started crying and Luis scrambled into my lap, burying his face against my shoulder. I held onto him so tight my knuckles turned white. Then the screen door in the kitchen, the one that led to the backyard, suddenly slammed shut. We all jumped. Rick ran to check it, and I remember him standing there, his face pale. "It was locked," he said when he came back. The door was locked. As soon as he said that, the front screen door banged open and shut. Then the side door. All three exterior doors were slamming open and shut, over and over, like someone was running around the house, trying to get in from every entrance. But there was no wind, no storm, nothing that could explain it, and all the while those footsteps kept coming up the stairs. Creak, pause, creak, pause. Pepper was barking frantically now, facing the staircase but not daring to approach it. Our cat, who usually slept on the windowsill, had disappeared completely. "Call Mom," I begged Rick, tears streaming down my face. "Please, call Mom." He did. I remember hearing his voice shake as he tried to explain what was happening. "I don't know, Sarah. The doors are slamming by themselves, and there's this sound on the stairs." He paused, listening. "No, it's not the wind. There is no wind." The footsteps were almost at the top now, just 2 more steps. Marco was screaming and Luis was shaking so hard I could feel his little heart pounding against mine. I couldn't look away from the top of those stairs, waiting to see who or what was about to appear. The last step creaked, the sound so loud in the quiet house that it seemed to echo. We all held our breath. Nothing came up, no person, no shape, nothing visible. But I felt it. We all did. A presence, standing there at the top of the stairs, watching us. And then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The doors stopped slamming. Pepper stopped barking, though she kept staring at the empty space at the top of the stairs, her tail tucked between her legs. The silence was almost worse than the noise had been. It felt like the whole house was holding its breath, waiting. Rick was still on the phone with Mom. "It stopped," he said. "Everything just stopped." We didn't move from that spot. Rick sat with us kids huddled against him, all of us staring at the top of the stairs, afraid to look away. None of us spoke about what we felt, that something was standing there, watching us. Mom came home early, around 4 in the morning. By then, we were still awake, too terrified to sleep. She found us all in exactly the same position, blankets pulled up to our chins, eyes fixed on that empty space at the top of the stairs. The next day, we tried to talk about what happened. Mom suggested it might have been Abuela Elena coming to say goodbye. The timing made sense. She had passed that morning, and the slow, struggling pace of those footsteps. It matched how she had moved in her final years, dragging that oxygen tank behind her. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. The idea that it might have been my great-grandmother's spirit should be comforting, I guess. But all I can remember is the terror of that night, the feeling that something unseen was watching us. Years later, when I was about 16, my grandfather, Abuela Elena's son, finally told us something he'd kept secret. The night after his mother died, he was sleeping in his room, in that same house. He woke up around 10 at night and saw a figure standing in the corner. He said it was his mother, just standing there looking at him. He had always been a skeptic about ghosts and had never told anyone because he didn't want to seem crazy. But after hearing our story, he finally shared his experience. My brothers and I are all adults now. Marco is 21, Luis is 20, and I'm 24. We've all moved away from that house, but we still talk about that night sometimes. We all remember it exactly the same way. The footsteps, the doors, the presence at the top of the stairs. Rick remembers too. He and Mom are still together, and he still gets uncomfortable when we bring it up. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was just our grief playing tricks on us. Maybe there was some kind of weird air pressure thing that made the doors slam. Maybe the house was settling in a strange way that sounded like footsteps. But deep down, I know what I experienced. We all do. Something came up those stairs that night. Something stood at the top and watched us. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment and I hear an unexpected creak, my heart stops for a second. And I'm 9 years old again, staring at an empty doorframe, feeling eyes that I cannot see, staring back at me. Story 12. I've been working night shifts at the Ridgewood Medical Complex for almost 2 years now. The pay is decent, and the hours work for me since I've always been a night owl. Plus, I don't have to deal with as many people. which is a bonus for someone like me who gets anxious in crowds. But there's a reason why they can't keep night staff here for long, and why I'm the only one who's lasted more than 6 months. It started about 3 weeks into my job. The complex is pretty big. There's the main hospital wing, a doctor's office section, and a children's daycare center that serves both staff and patients. My job is to clean all 3 buildings during the night shift. It's a lot of ground to cover, but like I said, the pay is good, and the solitude usually doesn't bother me. At first, I thought I was just tired, or that my mind was playing tricks on me. When you're alone in a big building at 3 in the morning, your imagination can run wild. But this was different. I was cleaning the playroom in the children's center when I heard someone call my name, not just call it, practically scream it. Vanessa. It was so loud and clear that I dropped my mop. The voice was deep, distorted somehow, like it was coming through water or static. I immediately checked my phone to see if someone had called, but there were no notifications. I even checked the security office to see if someone was trying to reach me through the PA system, but the night guard, Tom, looked at me like I was crazy. "Nobody's used that system in weeks," he said, scrolling through his phone. "You probably just heard the AC kicking on or something." I tried to convince myself that's all it was. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always in the children's center. Always my name. Always that same distorted voice. I started dreading going into that section of the building, but the children's center wasn't the only place where weird stuff was happening. On the top floor of the hospital wing, I'd sometimes hear what sounded like a child cooing or making little playful noises. At first I thought maybe there was actually a kid there. Sometimes parents stay overnight with their children in the hospital. But when I'd go to check, the rooms would be empty, the halls deserted except for the occasional nurse at the station who would assure me there were no children on that floor. I tried to ignore it all. I needed this job, and I figured if I just kept my head down and did my work, whatever was happening would eventually stop. I started wearing earphones, blasting music to drown out any voices or sounds that might try to break through. That worked for a while, until last Tuesday. I was cleaning the windows in the top floor of the children's center, right at the end of my shift around 5:30 in the morning. The sun wasn't up yet, but the sky was starting to lighten just a bit. I had my earphones in, listening to a true crime podcast, when something caught my eye outside the window. Something black, moving fast, zipping past like a shadow with substance. It was there, and gone so quickly I almost convinced myself I hadn't seen anything. But then my earphones died. Just like that. Full battery 1 second, completely dead the next. And that's when I felt it. Cold. Not the normal kind of cold you feel when the AC is blasting. This was bone deep, like stepping into a walk-in freezer without warning. My breath fogged in front of my face, and my skin instantly prickled with goosebumps. I turned slowly, already knowing somehow that I'd see it again, and I did. That black thing, I still don't know how to describe it properly, flew right past my face, so close I could feel the air displacement. It wasn't like a bird or a bat. It was like a piece of darkness that had torn itself free and was moving with purpose. I dropped everything and ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran like hell down the stairs, not even waiting for the elevator. As I hit the second floor landing, I heard that voice again. Vanessa Mitchell. It knew my full name. It knew my full name. How could it know my full name? I'm just the cleaning lady. My badge only says V. Mitchell. I kept running, but as I reached the ground floor and headed for the exit, the temperature dropped again. That freezing cold enveloped me like I'd been dunked in ice water. I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt frozen. And then, right in front of me, I saw a pair of work boots. Just the boots, standing there on their own. No one wearing them. They were old, worn, the kind of boots a maintenance worker might wear. Before I could process what I was seeing, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my left shoulder blade, like someone had pressed an icicle into my skin. I screamed and burst through the exit doors, running all the way to my car. I sat there, shaking for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The sun started to come up, and I watched as the day shift people began arriving. Normal people starting their normal day with no idea what was waiting inside those walls after dark. I almost quit that day. I was so close, but I've got rent to pay and not a lot of options right now. So instead I talked to my supervisor and asked if I could be reassigned to just clean the doctor's office section of the complex. I made up some excuse about the hospital wing being too big for one person to handle efficiently. She seemed skeptical but agreed to let me try this new arrangement for a while. I thought the doctor's offices would be safer. Less history, less emotion, less of whatever energy was causing all this. I was wrong. The very first night in my new assignment, I saw someone, or something, dart into the file room. It was so human-like that I called out, "Hello, this area is closed for cleaning." No answer. When I went to check, the room was empty. No other doors, no windows, nowhere for anyone to go, just rows of filing cabinets and empty space. The next night, I clearly heard my manager, Lisa, calling for me from down the hall. "Vanessa, can you come here a minute?" It was her voice exactly. That slight nasal quality, the way she always sounds a bit annoyed even when she's not. I walked toward her office, but when I got there, it was dark and locked. I later confirmed she had left at 6 that evening, hours before I heard her voice. And then there are the shadows. I'll be mopping a hallway and see a human-shaped shadow in the doorway of an examination room. The doctors are long gone by the time I start my shift, and security does regular sweeps to make sure no one's in the building who shouldn't be. But these shadows are there, watching, sometimes moving just at the edge of my vision. Last night was the worst yet. I was cleaning Dr. Mercer's office when every single drawer in his desk opened at once, not slowly or one by one, all of them simultaneously, like someone had yanked them all open with incredible force. Papers flew everywhere. And then I heard the voice again, right behind me. "Vanessa Mitchell, look at me." I didn't look. I wouldn't look. I ran out of there so fast I forgot my cleaning cart and had to go back for it in the morning. I've asked around, tried to find out if anyone died here, if there was some tragedy in the building's history that might explain all this. The complex is only about 15 years old, but the land it sits on used to be part of an old farm dating back to the 1800s. Some of the older staff mentioned there was an accident during construction. A maintenance worker fell from the top floor of the children's center when they were installing windows. Died instantly. They said it was ruled an accident, but there were rumors he was pushed. I don't know if that explains what's happening, or if I'm just trying to make sense of something that defies explanation. All I know is that something is in that building with me every night. Sometimes I think there's more than one something. The voice in the children's center has stopped since I switched to the doctor's offices, but I still hear that child cooing sometimes, even though I'm nowhere near the hospital wing, and those shadow figures, they're getting bolder. Last night, one of them stood at the end of the hallway for a full minute, not moving, not hiding, just watching me. I've started taking pictures, setting up my phone to record while I work, but nothing ever shows up. The recordings pick up strange static sometimes, and once there was what sounded like whispering underneath the white noise, but nothing clear enough to make out words. I don't know what to do. I need this job, but I'm terrified of what might happen if whatever this is decides to do more than just scare me. That pain in my shoulder blade, I still have a mark there, a perfect circle about the size of a quarter, red and inflamed like a burn. My shift starts in 2 hours, and I'm sitting here in my car in the parking lot, trying to work up the courage to go in. I've brought holy water today. Don't laugh, I'm desperate. And I've written protection symbols on my arms with henna. Probably stupid, but it makes me feel a little safer. I just looked up at the building, and I swear I saw someone standing in the window of the top floor of the children's center, a man in work boots and a maintenance uniform. He raised his hand, pressed it against the glass, and then he was gone. The security guard just arrived and is looking at me strangely, wondering why I'm just sitting here. I guess I have to go in now. But something tells me tonight is going to be different. I can feel it. That same cold feeling is starting to creep up my spine, even though I'm still in my car with the heater on. Wait, what was that? There's something in my back seat. I can see it in my rearview mirror, just a darkness, gathering shape. Story 13. I still can't sleep with the door unlocked. It's been 3 months since that night at Sunset Pines, and I've moved twice since then, but it doesn't matter. Every creak, every shadow makes me think it's found me again. Whatever it was. I never believed in the supernatural. I'm 32 years old, have a master's degree in biochemistry, and have always prided myself on being rational. But what happened that night in September has shattered every belief I held about reality. I was driving back from a conference in Burlington. It was supposed to be a simple 5-hour drive home, but about 3 hours in, the sky opened up. I mean biblical level rain, the kind where your wipers can't keep up no matter what speed they're on. I should have pulled over, found a proper hotel, but I was stubborn. I wanted to get home to my cat, Felix, who was already alone longer than I'd planned. The rain got worse around 9 in the evening. My GPS started glitching, probably because of the storm, and suddenly I was on some backwoods highway I didn't recognize. The trees pressed in close on both sides, creating this tunnel effect that made me feel claustrophobic. Then my low fuel light came on. Perfect timing, right? I checked my phone. No service. Not even 1 bar. I started calculating how far I could go on what I had left in the tank, trying not to panic, when I saw it through the curtain of rain. A flickering neon sign that read Sunset Pines Motel, with a smaller vacancy sign below it. I remember hesitating. Even from the road, I could tell the place had seen better days. The paint was peeling and several of the exterior lights were burnt out, but my options were limited. Either risk running out of gas on a deserted highway during a storm or spend one night in a shabby motel. I pulled in. The parking lot was mostly empty, just 2 other cars, both covered in a layer of dust like they'd been there a while. I parked near the office, grabbed my overnight bag, and made a dash through the downpour. The office door had a bell that jangled when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like mothballs and cigarettes, even though a faded no smoking sign hung on the wall. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, one of them flickering in a way that immediately gave me a headache. I stood at the counter for what felt like forever before an old woman emerged from a back room. She had this thin gray hair pulled back in a loose bun, and her skin hung on her face like it was a size too large. Her eyes were pale blue, almost colorless, and she didn't blink enough. "Need a room?" she stated rather than asked, her voice raspy like she'd spent decades smoking. "Yes, just for tonight," I replied, already reaching for my wallet. The storm caught me off guard. She nodded slowly, turning to a pegboard behind her with keys hanging from hooks. Without asking for my ID or credit card, she plucked a key with a faded plastic tag labeled 6 and slid it across the counter. "Last room at the end," she said. "Checkout's at 11. I waited for her to tell me the price or ask for payment, but she just stared at me expectantly, like I was the one who was supposed to say something next. Don't you need my information?" "Credit card?" I asked. Her lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "You can settle up in the morning." Something about the interaction felt off, but I was too tired and wet to argue. I took the key and headed back into the rain. Room 6 was at the far end of the motel, separated from the others by what looked like an empty ice machine room. As I approached, my flashlight beam caught something on the door that made my stomach clench. Deep scratch marks, 4 parallel lines that ran from about shoulder height down to the doorknob. They weren't fresh. The wood was splintered and darkened with age, but seeing them made the hair on my arms stand up. I told myself it was probably just someone's dog that had been locked in and tried to get out, or maybe a previous guest with mental health issues. There had to be a logical explanation. The key stuck in the lock at first, requiring some jiggling before it turned. The door swung inward with a creak that seemed impossibly loud, even with the rain pounding on the roof. The room was depressing. Yellowed wallpaper with a faded floral pattern was peeling at the corners. The carpet might have been beige once, but now it was a mottled grey with stains I didn't want to identify. A queen-sized bed dominated the space, its floral bedspread straight out of the 70s. When I sat down to take off my wet shoes, the springs creaked in protest. But the worst thing was the smell. It wasn't the musty odor of an old building or even the chemical scent of cheap cleaning products. This was something else, a sour metallic smell that reminded me vaguely of blood, but with an underlying sweetness that made my stomach turn, like meat that's just starting to rot. I checked the bathroom immediately. The fixtures were ancient but surprisingly clean. No visible mold, which was a relief. I cranked on the shower, which sputtered before producing a steady stream of water that never got more than lukewarm. After showering and changing into dry clothes, I tried the TV. It only picked up 3 channels, all with terrible reception. My phone still showed no service, and the motel didn't appear to have Wi-Fi. I was effectively cut off from the outside world. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the room. Nothing I could put my finger on. Just a sense of wrongness that hung in the air like the strange smell. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. I even moved the nightstand to look behind it, finding only dust and a forgotten penny. By 11:30, I gave up on distraction and decided to try to sleep. The storm was still raging outside, rain lashing against the windows, occasional thunder shaking the thin walls. Every few minutes, the neon sign outside would flash red light across the room despite the drawn curtains. I lay on top of the covers, fully clothed, with my car keys and bag within arm's reach. The mattress sagged in the middle, and despite my exhaustion, sleep wouldn't come. The wrongness of the place was like a physical presence, pressing down on my chest. I must have dozed off eventually, because I remember jerking awake, disoriented. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed, 2:14 a.m. The storm had quieted somewhat, though rain still pattered steadily on the roof. At first, I couldn't identify what had woken me. Then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic scratching sound coming from the door, like fingernails slowly dragging across wood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I froze, barely breathing. The sound continued, unhurried and deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then it stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something worse. The sound of breathing on the other side of the door, raspy, wet breathing, like someone with fluid in their lungs. I wanted to convince myself it was just another guest, maybe drunk and at the wrong room. But deep down, I knew better. I lay perfectly still, staring at the door, willing whoever, whatever, was out there to go away. The door handle began to turn slowly, the mechanism clicking as it rotated. I'd locked the door, I was sure of it, but the handle kept turning as if the lock meant nothing. The door creaked open just an inch at first. Through the narrow gap, I saw a hand. Not a normal hand. This was pale, almost grey, with skin that looked like paper stretched over bone. The fingers were too long, the joints swollen and knobbly, and the nails, God, the nails were yellowed and cracked, extending at least 2 inches from the fingertips. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, could barely breathe as I watched that hand grip the edge of the door, the long nails digging into the wood. The door opened wider. I caught a glimpse of an arm, skeletal thin, leading up to a hunched shoulder, and then a face pushed into the gap. I still have nightmares about that face. The skin was grey and taut, stretched over a skull that was slightly too large, too angular to be human. The eyes were set deep in their sockets, but they reflected the dim light like an animal's. And its mouth. Christ, its mouth was stretched into this horrible grin that showed too many teeth, some broken, some long and sharp, like needles. It saw me. I know it did. Those reflective eyes fixed on mine, and its grin widened impossibly further. I broke then, scrambling off the far side of the bed and into the bathroom, slamming the door and locking it. I slid down against the bathtub, knees to my chest, shaking uncontrollably. For hours I sat there listening. Sometimes there would be silence. Then the scratching would start again, either at the bathroom door or somewhere else in the room. Occasionally, I heard a sound like dry laughter, or whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I don't know how I kept from screaming. Maybe I was afraid that if I started, I'd never stop. The scratching got more insistent as the night wore on. Twice the bathroom doorknob turned, but the lock held. Something scraped against the bathroom window, but it was too small for anything human-sized to enter. I kept checking my watch, counting down the minutes until dawn. When the first gray light finally appeared around the edges of the bathroom window, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before I found the courage to open the bathroom door, half expecting to find that thing waiting for me. The room was empty. The door to the hallway was closed and locked just as I'd left it. But there were new scratch marks on the inside of the door now, and that smell was stronger, concentrated near the bed, which was rumpled as if something had been lying in it. I grabbed my bag and ran, didn't even check out, just threw my stuff in the car and peeled out of the parking lot like the devil himself was chasing me. As I sped away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The vacancy sign had changed to no vacancy, as if the motel had filled up overnight, or as if it had claimed another guest. I drove until I found a busy truck stop with people and daylight and cell service. I called my friend to come get me when I realized I was too shaken to drive safely. I've never gone back to look for that motel. I'm not sure I could find it if I tried. I've retraced my route on maps, and there's no Sunset Pines listed anywhere in that area. Sometimes I convince myself it was just exhaustion, or maybe carbon monoxide poisoning causing hallucinations. But then I'll be drifting off to sleep and hear that scratching sound again, so faint it could be my imagination. And I'll get up to check that my door is locked, knowing that whatever was in room 6 might have followed me home. Story 14. I still don't know why I took that exit. It wasn't part of my plan. I'd mapped out the whole drive from Chicago to Denver. Every gas stop, every rest area. I needed that job interview. It was my shot at finally getting out of debt and starting fresh. It was around 2 in the morning when it happened. I'd been driving for about 11 hours straight, stopping only for gas and bathroom breaks. The highway was almost empty except for the occasional semi-truck. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was starting to see those weird shadow movements that happen when you're too tired to drive. You know the ones, where you think you see something dart across the road, but nothing's there. I remember taking a swig of my third energy drink, grimacing at the chemical taste. The radio had gone to static about 30 minutes earlier, and I couldn't find a station that wasn't just white noise. So I was sitting there in silence, the headlights cutting through darkness, when I saw it. Exit 233, Merrow Road. I'd never heard of Merrow Road before. It wasn't on my GPS when I'd planned the route, but something about that exit sign pulled at me, like when you're half asleep and someone calls your name. I remember thinking maybe it was a shortcut. My GPS had been rerouting me around construction anyway, adding almost an hour to my trip. So without really thinking it through, I put on my blinker and took the exit. The moment my tires hit that off-ramp, I felt something change. It's hard to explain, like the air got heavier or something. The off-ramp curved sharply, much more than normal highway exits do. As I followed it, the smooth highway asphalt gave way to older, cracked pavement. I could feel every bump through my steering wheel. At the end of the ramp, there was no sign telling me which way to go. Just a T-intersection with a road that stretched left and right, disappearing into darkness in both directions. My GPS screen just showed me in the middle of nothing. No road, no landmarks, just a blue dot surrounded by blank space. I hesitated, then turned right. No real reason, just instinct. The road immediately narrowed, like it was shrinking away from me. The edges were crumbling with weeds pushing up through cracks, and the trees, God, the trees came out of nowhere. One minute I was in open farmland, and the next, these massive pines were crowding both sides of the road, their branches reaching over like they were trying to grab my car. I should have turned around right then. Any sane person would have, but I kept telling myself it would open up again, that I'd see a sign for the highway or a town or something. Instead, fog started rolling in. Not the normal kind that forms in low spots. This was different. It seemed to pulse, getting thicker and then thinner, like it was breathing, and it moved wrong, flowing against the wind instead of with it. After about 20 minutes of driving through this nightmare road, my headlights caught something ahead. A yellow light flickering through the fog. As I got closer, I could make out an old gas station, one of those independent ones, not a chain. The sign just said gas in faded red letters. Half the bulbs were burned out. I was exhausted by then, and my gas tank was under a quarter full. I figured I could fill up, maybe grab some coffee, and ask for directions back to the highway. So I pulled in. The concrete pad around the pumps was cracked, with weeds growing through. The pumps themselves looked ancient, not retro or vintage, but genuinely old, like they'd been sitting there rusting since the 70s. The station building had a small convenience store attached. A single yellow light bulb hung over the entrance, attracting moths that kept slamming into it. I pulled up to one of the pumps and tried to start it, but nothing happened. No screen lit up, no prompt to pay. I got out of my car and tried lifting the nozzle, but it was locked in place. That's when I noticed the handprints on the store windows. They were smeared across the glass like someone had pressed their palms against it from inside, dragging them down. Some of them looked like they'd been made with something dark, not just fingerprints on dirty glass. My stomach clenched, but I told myself it was probably just kids messing around with paint or something. I needed directions, and my phone still showed no service. So I headed for the store entrance, trying to ignore the way my skin crawled. The door made a horrible scraping sound as I pulled it open, like it hadn't been used in years. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered. Half of them were out completely. The shelves were mostly empty, with just a few dusty packages of beef jerky and candy bars that looked faded and old. The refrigerator cases along the back wall were dark, except for one that hummed loudly, its light pulsing weakly. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded wrong, like it was being swallowed up by the silence. No answer. The counter at the front had one of those old-fashioned silver service bells on it. You know, the kind you hit with your palm. Next to it was a yellowed piece of paper that said "Ring for service" in shaky handwriting. I hesitated, then pressed my hand down on the bell. The sound it made was way too loud, echoing around the empty store. And then I heard it, shuffling from the back room behind the counter. Slow, dragging footsteps. I stood there, frozen, as something moved in the darkness beyond the doorway. I saw it for just a second, a human-shaped shadow, but wrong. The proportions were off. Its limbs were too long, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a spider. It stayed in the shadows, just out of clear view, but I could feel it watching me. I was about to run when the service bell rang again, by itself, just a single clear ding that made me jump out of my skin, and then again, ding, and again, ding, ding, ding. Faster and faster, like someone was slapping it repeatedly, but nobody was touching it. I ran, straight out the door, not even looking back. I jumped into my car, fumbling with the keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. As I started the engine, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. The store door was opening slowly. I floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out of that gas station. I was breathing so hard I was almost hyperventilating. The road ahead was swallowed by fog, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that place. I drove like hell, pushing my car faster than I should have on that narrow, crumbling road. The trees seemed to lean in closer, branches scraping against my car. The fog got thicker, then thinner, playing games with my visibility. After about 10 minutes of driving, I started to calm down a little, started telling myself I was just tired, that I'd imagined the weird stuff in the store, that it was just an old run-down place with bad wiring making the bell malfunction. Then I glanced in my rearview mirror. The gas station was still visible behind me, its single yellow light glowing through the fog. Impossible. I'd been driving away from it for miles, but there it was. I pushed my foot down harder on the accelerator, watching the needle climb past 70-80 miles per hour. Way too fast for this road, but I didn't care. I just kept staring in the mirror, waiting for that light to disappear. It never did. No matter how far I drove, it stayed the same distance behind me. Just when I thought things couldn't get more messed up, I saw a sign up ahead. My headlights caught the reflective green surface, and as I got closer I could read it. Exit 233, Merrow Road. The exact same sign I'd seen on the highway, but that was impossible. I was already on Merrow Road. I slowed down as I approached it, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. It was identical to the exit sign I'd followed earlier, but standing alone on the side of this desolate road. And then my headlights hit something else, a T intersection, exactly like the one I'd encountered after taking the exit. Same crumbling pavement, same choice of left or right into darkness. I stopped the car, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. This couldn't be happening. I had to be hallucinating from exhaustion. I closed my eyes, counted to 10, and opened them again. The intersection was still there. The exit sign still glowed in my headlights. That's when I saw the lights in my rearview mirror. 2 blinding headlights coming up fast behind me. They weren't there a second ago. The road behind me had been empty except for that impossible gas station light still hovering in the distance. It was a truck, a massive pickup with lights mounted on top of the cab, all of them blazing. It was coming straight at me, way too fast. I hit the gas and turned right at the intersection, the same choice I'd made before. The truck followed, its engine roaring, the lights so bright in my mirrors I could barely see. I pushed my car as hard as it would go, taking curves way too fast, feeling the tires slip on the crumbling edges. The truck stayed right on my tail, so close I couldn't even see its license plate, just those blinding lights. And then suddenly, it was gone. I checked my mirrors, and there was nothing behind me. No headlights, no truck. Even the gas station light had disappeared, just darkness and fog. I slowed down, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what was happening. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel. Maybe this was all some vivid dream, and I'd wake up on the side of the highway with a state trooper tapping on my window. But I didn't wake up. Instead, the fog ahead cleared just enough for me to see what was waiting down the road. The gas station, the same one. Same broken sign, same single yellow light, same abandoned pumps. I hit the brakes, skidding to a stop in the middle of the road. This wasn't possible. I'd been driving away from it. I'd turned at that intersection. I should be somewhere else, anywhere else. I sat there, engine idling, staring at that yellow light. My mind couldn't process what was happening. I thought about turning around, but the memory of those headlights behind me made me hesitate. That's when my car's engine sputtered and died. The gas gauge, which had shown a quarter tank earlier, now pointed at empty. The dashboard lights flickered and went out. I tried to restart it, turning the key again and again, but nothing happened. Just that horrible clicking sound of a dead battery. I sat in the silence, the only light coming from that yellow bulb at the gas station ahead and the faint glow of my phone. I grabbed it, hoping against hope that I had service now. The screen showed no bars, and worse, the battery was at 3%. With shaking hands, I opened the Maps app, trying to figure out where I was. The blue dot that represented my location just pulsed in the middle of a blank area. No roads, no landmarks. According to my phone, I was nowhere. As I watched, the battery dropped to 2%, then 1%. The screen dimmed to conserve power. I had maybe a minute left before I lost my only connection to the normal world. I opened the Notes app and started typing frantically. If someone finds this phone, my name is my name. I'm trapped on Merrow Road, exit 233. Something is wrong here. The road loops, can't escape. Gas station with handprints, something in the store. Please send help. Just as I finished typing, my phone died. The screen went black, and I was left in darkness. Outside my window, I could see the fog swirling. It seemed thicker now, almost solid, and in it, I could swear I saw shapes moving. Long-limbed, jerky shapes like the one I'd glimpsed in the store. I had 2 choices: stay in my dead car and wait for whatever was out there to find me, or walk to the gas station and try to find help, or at least shelter for the night. I didn't like either option. I decided to wait until morning. Surely things would make more sense in daylight. I locked all the doors, reclined my seat as far as it would go, and tried to calm down enough to think clearly. I must have dozed off despite my terror because I jerked awake sometime later. My neck was stiff from sleeping in the car, and for a moment I thought I was back on the highway that I'd just pulled over to rest. Then I saw the yellow light still glowing through the fog, the gas station, waiting. What was strange was that it didn't seem to be any later. The sky was still pitch black, no hint of dawn. My watch said it was 4:30 in the morning, but it felt like I'd been on this road for days. That's when I heard it, the bell from the store. That same clear ding echoing through the fog, once, twice, 3 times, calling me. I knew then that I wouldn't be leaving Merrow Road. Not really. Even if I somehow found my way back to the highway, back to the normal world, part of me would always be here, trapped in this loop, driving endlessly past that gas station, hearing that bell ring. I'm writing this now because I don't know why. Maybe in the hopes that someone will find it. Maybe as a warning. If you're driving late at night and you see exit 233 Merrow Road, keep going. Don't take it, no matter how tired you are, no matter how much of a shortcut it seems, because once you're on Merrow Road, you might never leave. I know I won't. The bell is ringing again, and this time I think I'm going to answer it. Story 15. I never believed in the supernatural. I'm the type of guy who needs to see something to believe it. But what happened in our apartment in Portland last month has shaken that worldview to its core, and I still can't explain what the hell we experienced. My wife Elaine and I were so excited when we found this place. It was a cute 1-bedroom apartment with decent rent, a miracle in Portland these days. Hardwood floors, and plenty of natural light. We'd been living with roommates for years to save money, so having our own space felt amazing. But from the moment we started moving our stuff in, something felt off to me. I can't really explain it. The apartment looked perfect on paper, but I got this weird feeling in my gut whenever I walked through the front door, like someone was watching me. I brushed it off as moving anxiety. New place, new responsibilities, that kind of thing. The first time I noticed the crawl space was during our initial walkthrough. It was in the ceiling of our bedroom closet, a little wooden panel about 2 feet wide. The property manager casually mentioned it led to some pipes and electrical stuff. Nothing to worry about. The lid was heavy as hell though, which I thought was weird. It took some real effort to push it up. Definitely not something that would move on its own. The first couple weeks were pretty normal. We unpacked, settled in, and our 2 cats adjusted to the new environment. We'd occasionally hear some small noises at night, but we just assumed it was the cats playing. One of them, Luna, is particularly active at night, so we didn't think much of it. Then week 3 hit, and everything changed. I was doing some work from home when I first heard the footsteps, clear as day. Heavy footsteps right above our heads. I immediately texted Elaine asking if she knew if we had upstairs neighbors, but she reminded me we were on the top floor. There was nothing above us except the roof. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was maintenance, someone checking the roof. But then it happened again at 1 in the morning. Elaine and I were both in bed, nearly asleep, when we heard someone walking directly above us. Slow, deliberate steps that moved from one end of the bedroom to the other. "Did you hear that?" Elaine whispered, clutching my arm. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. It's probably just the building settling. But we both knew that wasn't true. Buildings don't settle in rhythmic footsteps. The next day, I was in the kitchen making coffee when I noticed one of the upper cabinets slowly swing open. I stared at it for a moment, confused. Our cats can open the lower cabinets by pawing at them, but they can't reach the upper ones. I closed it and made sure it latched properly. 10 minutes later, while I was sitting at the dining table, I watched it open again. Slowly, deliberately, like someone was carefully pulling it to avoid making noise. I got up to check, thinking maybe the latch was faulty, but it was perfectly fine. It took deliberate force to open it. I didn't tell Elaine right away. I didn't want to freak her out, and honestly, I was trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation, maybe air pressure from the vents, some weird quirk of the building. But then Elaine started noticing things too. She texted me at work about a small decorative box in our bathroom that had been flipped onto its side. The bathroom door had been closed all day, and both cats were accounted for. There was no way they could have done it. Maybe it was balanced weird and just fell, I suggested when I got home. It was in the middle of the counter, Marcus, she said, her voice tight with worry. It didn't just fall over. That night, Elaine saw something that made my blood run cold. We were getting ready for bed, and she called me into the hallway, her voice shaking. "Look at the ceiling," she whispered. There were patterns of light dancing across the hallway ceiling, not reflections from cars passing by or anything explainable. These were concentrated spots that moved in circular patterns. They didn't come from any light source in our apartment. They just appeared. We stood there watching them for maybe 5 minutes before they faded away. Neither of us slept well that night. The footsteps continued, becoming more frequent. They weren't just at night anymore. We'd hear them at random times throughout the day. Sometimes they'd stop right above where one of us was standing, like whatever was up there was watching us. I started researching the building's history, looking for stories of deaths or anything unusual, but came up empty. It was a relatively new building, only about 15 years old. No reported deaths, no major incidents. Then came the night that pushed us over the edge. It was around 9 in the evening. Elaine and I were watching a movie in the living room, both cats curled up with us on the couch. Everything was normal, peaceful even. Then we heard it, a loud bang from our bedroom, like something heavy had been slammed down. I felt every hair on my body stand up. Elaine grabbed my arm so tight it left marks. "What the fuck was that?" she whispered. I got up slowly, heart pounding in my chest. "Stay here," I told her. Now I own a handgun that I keep locked in a safe. I'm not particularly proud of owning it, but growing up in a rough neighborhood made me cautious. This was the first time I'd ever felt the need to actually use it in our home. I unlocked the safe with shaking fingers and carefully loaded it. I moved toward our bedroom, gun pointed at the floor but ready. The door was partially open, exactly how we'd left it. I pushed it with my foot, wincing at the slight creak. The room was empty, completely untouched. The window was locked from the inside, the curtains undisturbed. This actually scared me more than finding an intruder would have. At least an intruder would have been explainable. I checked under the bed, in the closet, everywhere someone could hide. Nothing. I was about to leave when I noticed something about the closet ceiling that made my stomach drop. The crawlspace lid had been moved. It wasn't completely open, but it was definitely shifted a few inches to the side, and on the shelf directly below it was a fine layer of drywall dust that hadn't been there before. "Elaine," I called, my voice cracking. "Can you bring me the step stool?" She appeared in the doorway, clearly terrified but trying to stay calm. "Did you find something?" I pointed up at the crawl space. "That's been moved." She handed me the step stool, and I set it up in the closet. My hands were shaking so badly I almost fell trying to climb up. When I got high enough to see into the crawl space, I shined my phone flashlight inside. It was just a small, empty space, maybe a foot tall at most. Some insulation, a few pipes running through, nothing unusual, and absolutely no way a person could fit in there. It was barely big enough for a child, let alone an adult, but something had moved that heavy lid, something strong enough to shift a panel that I struggled to move even with both hands. We didn't sleep in our bedroom that night. We made a makeshift bed on the living room floor. Both cats kept close and tried to convince ourselves there was a logical explanation. Maybe the building had shifted. Maybe there was an earthquake tremor we hadn't felt. Deep down, we knew better. The next morning, I called my mom. She's religious, and I figured her pastor might be willing to come bless the place. I'm not religious at all, but I was desperate for any solution. I also reached out to a friend who practices Wicca, asking if she knew any cleansing rituals. That's how desperate we'd become, willing to try anything, because whatever was in our apartment wasn't leaving on its own. I started documenting everything, setting up my phone to record while we were sleeping or out of the house. Most recordings caught nothing unusual, but there was one that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was from a night we decided to try sleeping in our bedroom again. Around 3:15 in the morning, the recording picks up the sound of the closet door slowly opening. There's about 2 minutes of silence, then the distinct sound of the crawl space lid sliding across. The camera angle doesn't show the closet, just our bed where we were sleeping, but you can clearly hear something moving around in there. Then the footsteps started again, not above us this time, but in the closet itself, like something had come down from the crawl space and was now in our room. The recording ends there because my phone died, despite being fully charged when I set it up. When we woke up the next morning, the closet door was wide open, though we always keep it closed. On the floor was more of that fine drywall dust, arranged in what looked disturbingly like footprints leading from the closet to our bed, then back again. We broke our lease the next day, paid the penalty, didn't care. We're staying with Elaine's parents while looking for a new place. I went back once to get the last of our things. I couldn't help myself. I checked the crawl space one more time. The lid was back in place, seemingly untouched, but when I tried to move it, I couldn't. It was like it had been sealed shut, or something was holding it from the other side. I left immediately and haven't been back since. I still don't know what was in that apartment with us. I don't know how something could make those footsteps above a top-floor apartment, or how it could move a lid too heavy for anything smaller than a full-grown adult to shift. I don't know what was watching us, moving our things, coming down from that crawl space at night. And honestly, I don't want to know. Some questions are better left unanswered. Story 16. I've been putting this off for weeks now. Talking about it means reliving it, and honestly, I'm still not sure what to make of it all. It's been 3 months since it happened, and I still get cold sweats thinking about it, but I need to get this out of my system before it eats me alive. My friend Diego and I are avid mountain bikers. We live in a region where hills and mountains are pretty much everywhere, so every weekend we'd pick a new trail to explore. That weekend in April, we decided to check out this new trail we'd heard about from some other bikers. It was supposed to have this amazing view at the end, totally worth the difficult terrain. The day started off normal enough. The weather was perfect, not too hot, slightly overcast. We packed our usual gear, water, protein bars, basic first aid kit, and our phones. We drove about 45 minutes out of town to the trailhead, which was already a bit more remote than our usual spots. There was nobody else there when we arrived, but that wasn't unusual for a Friday when most people were working. The first hour of biking was incredible. The trail wound through these dense green forests. Everything was alive, birds calling, insects buzzing, that rich, earthy smell of vegetation. The trail gradually got steeper, and we had to dismount a few times to navigate particularly rocky sections. Diego kept saying it was going to be worth it for the view at the end. After climbing for about 2 hours, the trail forked. The main path continued upward, but there was this smaller, less used trail that seemed to lead down into what looked like a ravine. We were curious, and Diego suggested we take a quick detour to check it out before continuing to the summit. The moment we started heading down that trail, something changed. It was subtle at first. The sounds of birds just stopped. The air felt heavier somehow. I remember thinking it was strange how the temperature seemed to drop several degrees even though the sun was higher now. As we got closer to the ravine, the vegetation started changing too. The lush greenery began giving way to withered gray plants. The trees looked sick, not just dead, but wrong somehow. Their branches twisted in unnatural angles, and their bark was peeling off in strips. The contrast was jarring. It was like someone had drawn a line where life just stopped. Diego noticed it too. "Dude, this is weird," he said, slowing down. "Maybe there's some kind of chemical runoff or something." I suggested turning back, but we were both too curious now. The ravine itself came into view as we rounded a bend in the trail. It was completely dried up, just cracked earth and rocks where water should have been. The dead trees surrounded it like skeletal sentinels. We stopped our bikes at the edge and just stared. Something felt deeply wrong about this place. I can't explain it rationally, but it felt like the ravine was aware of us somehow. "Let's just take a quick look and then head back," Diego said, propping his bike against a dead tree trunk. I followed him, feeling increasingly uneasy. We'd gone about 20 feet into the ravine when it happened. It hit us both at the exact same moment. I know because we both gasped and looked at each other with the same expression of panic. It felt like something was squeezing me from all directions. Not physically, but it's hard to describe, like an invisible pressure closing in, making it hard to breathe. My ears popped like when you're changing altitude rapidly, and there was this low humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Do you feel that?" Diego whispered, his face pale. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. My mouth had gone completely dry, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Let's go," I finally managed to say. "Now." We didn't need to discuss it further. We scrambled back to our bikes, nearly tripping over the uneven ground in our haste. The pressure sensation intensified as we moved, like whatever it was didn't want us to leave. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip my handlebars. We pedaled away from that ravine faster than I've ever biked in my life, not stopping until we were back at the fork in the trail. Only then did we pause, gasping for breath. "What the fuck was that?" Diego said between deep breaths. I shook my head. "I don't know, man. Some kind of gas, maybe? Natural methane pocket or something?" Even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. Whatever we'd felt wasn't natural. We decided to abandon our original plan and head back to the car. Neither of us wanted to stay on that mountain any longer than necessary. The ride back was tense and silent. The forest that had seemed so alive and welcoming on our way up now felt oppressive and watchful. When we got back to town, we tried to laugh it off. Gas pocket, altitude sickness, overactive imaginations. We came up with all kinds of explanations. Diego suggested grabbing beers, but I just wanted to go home. I felt drained, like something had sapped my energy. I took a long shower when I got home, trying to wash away the lingering feeling of wrongness that clung to me. I was exhausted but strangely wired at the same time. I finally fell into an uneasy sleep around 11 that night. That's when the real nightmare began. In my dream, I was back at the ravine, but I was alone this time. The dead trees seemed taller, their twisted branches reaching toward a sky that was an unnatural shade of reddish gray. The silence was absolute. No wind, no insects, nothing. I tried to turn around, to leave, but my body wouldn't respond. I was forced to walk deeper into the ravine, my feet moving of their own accord. The cracked earth crunched beneath my shoes. The pressure I'd felt earlier was back, heavier than before, pressing down on me from all sides. In the center of the ravine was a figure. As I got closer, I could see it was a woman in a long black dress that seemed to move slightly, even though there was no wind. She was standing perfectly still, her back to me, long dark hair hanging limply down her back. I wanted to run. Every instinct was screaming at me to get away, but I couldn't move, couldn't even scream. My throat felt sealed shut. Then she turned around, and I saw her face, or what should have been her face. It looked like a porcelain doll's face, perfectly smooth and white, with no expressions. No wrinkles, no pores, just flat white surface with dark holes where her eyes should be. The only human feature was her mouth, a thin line that didn't move when she spoke. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, but her lips never moved. The voice seemed to originate inside my own head. She began to move toward me, but not by walking. She glided, her feet hovering inches above the ground. The black dress rippled around her like water. As she got closer, the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. I tried again to move, to run, but it was like my feet were rooted to the ground. My limbs felt heavy and useless. The woman stopped directly in front of me, close enough that I should have been able to feel her breath, but there was nothing. She raised her hand slowly and extended her thumb. I watched, paralyzed with terror, as she pressed her thumb against the center of my forehead. The pain was immediate and intense, a burning cold that shot through my skull and down my spine. It felt like she was pushing her thumb through my skull and into my brain. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. As she touched me, her appearance began to change. The porcelain smoothness cracked and peeled away, revealing rotting flesh underneath. Her eyes sank deeper into her skull, and her hair became thin and patchy. She was transforming into a corpse right in front of me, and then she smiled. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. This decomposing face splitting into a wide, unnatural grin that revealed blackened teeth and a swollen tongue. That's when I finally woke up, shooting upright in bed, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. My heart was racing so fast I was afraid I might be having a heart attack. It took several minutes for me to convince myself I was really awake, really in my bedroom. The dream had been so vivid, so real. I could still feel the cold, burning sensation on my forehead. Out of instinct, I reached up to touch the spot and froze. There was a small, tender area right where the woman had pressed her thumb in my dream. I scrambled out of bed and ran to the bathroom. In the mirror, I could see a faint mark on my forehead, a small circular discoloration that was slightly raised, like a mild burn. I touched it gingerly, and it was cold to the touch, colder than the rest of my skin. I stood there staring at my reflection for a long time, trying to rationalize what was happening. Sleep paralysis, stress. Maybe I'd unconsciously hurt myself in my sleep. There had to be a logical explanation. My phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it when I picked it up. It was Diego. "Did you have a nightmare?" he asked without preamble, his voice tight with tension. A chill ran down my spine. "How did you know?" "Because I had one too, about the ravine." His voice dropped to a whisper. There was a woman. We compared notes, and his dream had been almost identical to mine. The woman, the cold, burning sensation, the transformation. The only difference was that in his dream, she had whispered something to him at the end, but he couldn't remember what it was. "This is crazy," I said. "Dreams don't work like this. We can't have had the same dream." "Check your forehead," he said. I swallowed hard. I already did. "There's a mark." He was silent for a moment. "Same. What the hell is going on?" We met for coffee an hour later. Both of us looked like we hadn't slept in days. The marks on our foreheads were faint, but definitely there. Mine circular, his more oval-shaped. We tried to make sense of it, but kept coming back to the same conclusion. Something in that ravine had followed us home. Where I'm from, people don't talk much about witchcraft openly, but everyone knows it exists. My grandmother used to warn me about certain places in the forests, places where the trees grow wrong and animals won't go, places where rituals are performed. I'd always dismissed those stories as superstition, but sitting there with Diego, comparing our identical nightmares and the marks they'd left behind, I wasn't so sure anymore. "We need to go back," I said finally. Diego looked at me like I was insane. "Are you serious? After what happened? We need to understand what this is," I insisted. "Otherwise, how will we know how to make it stop?" He didn't like it, but eventually agreed. We decided to go back that same day, in full daylight, safety in numbers, in sunlight. The drive back to the trailhead was tense. We barely spoke, both lost in our own thoughts. The mark on my forehead seemed to pulse faintly, growing colder as we got closer to the mountain. We hiked rather than biked this time, wanting to be more cautious. As we approached the fork in the trail, that same unnatural silence descended. The contrast between the living forest and the dead zone around the ravine was even more stark in the daylight. We paused at the edge, steeling ourselves. The pressure sensation was there, but fainter than before, like whatever had caused it was dormant or waiting. "Let's make this quick," Diego muttered. We entered the ravine slowly, alert for any change in the atmosphere. About 50 yards in, deeper than we'd gone before, we found it, a small clearing among the dead trees that had been deliberately created. There was a crude altar made of stacked stones in the center. Surrounding the altar were disturbing items, several hen heads arranged in a circle, dark stains that could only be blood soaked into the earth, empty whiskey bottles, cigarette butts, and scraps of burnt paper with symbols I didn't recognize. "It's a shrine," Diego whispered, his face pale. "Someone's been performing rituals here." The marks on our foreheads grew painfully cold as we stood there. I had the overwhelming sense that we were being watched, that something was aware of our presence and was not pleased. We backed away slowly, not wanting to disturb anything. The pressure began to build again, that squeezing sensation closing in from all directions. "We need to leave," I said. "Now." We turned to go, and that's when I saw her. Just a glimpse, a flash of black among the dead trees, a pale face watching us. I blinked, and she was gone. We ran all the way back to the car. The mark on my forehead burned like ice the entire way. When we finally reached the trailhead, we were both shaking and out of breath. That was 3 months ago. The marks faded after about a week, but the nightmares haven't stopped. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of something in mirrors or windows, a pale face, a black dress. Diego moved away 2 weeks after our second visit to the ravine. He wouldn't say exactly why, just that he needed a fresh start somewhere else. I still don't know what exactly we encountered in that ravine. A witch? A spirit? Something else entirely? All I know is that some places in this world are wrong, fundamentally wrong in ways that science can't explain. Places where the boundary between our world and something else grows thin. The doctors say there's nothing physically wrong with me, that the continuing nightmares and the constant feeling of being watched are just anxiety. Maybe they're right, but sometimes, late at night, I feel that cold pressure on my forehead again, right where her thumb pressed in my dream, and I know that whatever was in that ravine is still with me, waiting, watching. Story 17. I've been driving for PAM Transport for almost 10 years now, mostly the southwestern routes. You see a lot of weird stuff on the road when you're pulling those long overnight hauls. Deer, coyotes, drunks wandering where they shouldn't be, you name it. But what happened last month outside Sanderson, Texas, has been eating at me so bad I haven't been sleeping right. I finally need to get this off my chest. I was running a standard load from Laredo up toward El Paso with my driving partner Miriam. She's been with the company longer than me, pushing 40 years old with more miles under her belt than anybody else in the Southwest Division. Tough lady, doesn't scare easy. We've been paired up for about 2 years now, and I trust her judgment completely. It was around 1 in the morning when we were cruising through Sanderson on Highway 90. If you've never been through there, it's about as middle of nowhere as you can get, just a tiny dot on the map with maybe 400 people living there. The town itself is barely anything, and once you're through it, there's just miles of empty desert road stretching out in both directions. We'd passed through the town part, such as it is, and we're on that long stretch of 2-lane blacktop that cuts through the desert. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but our headlights cutting through pitch darkness. The moon was just a sliver that night, and the stars were bright as hell, like they always are out in those parts, but it doesn't do much to light up the road. Miriam was dozing in the passenger seat. I had the radio on low, some talk show to keep me company. The AC was blasting because even at night in October, West Texas stays warm. We'd just come around this bend in the road, hitting a long straightaway, when something moved at the edge of my high beams. At first, I thought it was a coyote or maybe a javelina. We see those all the time. But as it moved into the full beam of my lights, I realized this was something else entirely. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. This thing was big, way bigger than any coyote or wild dog. It moved on all fours, but not like any four-legged animal I've ever seen. Its movement was jerky, almost reptilian, like its joints worked differently than a mammal's should. The first thing that hit me was the color. It was mainly brownish, but as my lights hit it, there was this weird greenish sheen underneath, like an oil slick on water. Not fur exactly, more like coarse hair covering a scaly hide. And running all along its spine were these raised ridges or spikes, sticking up maybe 3 or 4 inches, but it was the proportions that were all wrong. Its back legs were long and powerful, almost like an iguana's, but much thicker. The front legs were shorter, with what looked like actual claws or talons, and its tail, Jesus, that tail. It was thick and bushy, almost like a raccoon's, but proportionally massive, maybe 3 feet long on its own. The whole creature was probably 8 feet long from the tip of its snout to the end of that tail. Its back would have stood as high as the hood of a Volkswagen Beetle, and then it turned its head toward our truck. Its eyes caught our headlights and lit up blood red, like when you take a flash photo of an animal at night, but much more intense. They seemed to glow from within. I instinctively eased off the gas, my hands tightening on the wheel. The thing was in the middle of the road, and for a split second I was afraid we were going to hit it. But then it moved. Fast, unnaturally fast. It scuttled across the remaining stretch of highway and up a rocky hill on the right side of the road, disappearing into the darkness. The whole sighting couldn't have lasted more than 5 or 6 seconds, but it felt like time had slowed down. I was vaguely aware that I was holding my breath. As soon as it disappeared, I exhaled sharply. That's when Miriam's voice nearly made me jump out of my skin. "Don't stop." I hadn't realized she was awake. When I glanced over, her face was pale in the dim light from the dashboard. She was sitting bolt upright, her eyes fixed on the spot where the creature had disappeared. "You saw that?" I asked, my voice sounding strained even to myself. "Just drive," she said. "Don't slow down, don't stop." I didn't argue. I pressed the accelerator, bringing us back up to speed. My hands were shaking on the wheel. We drove in complete silence for the next 20 minutes, neither of us saying a word. It was like we both needed time to process what we'd seen. Finally, when we were well clear of Sanderson, Miriam let out a long breath. "What the hell was that thing?" I asked. She shook her head slowly. "I don't know, but I've heard stories." "Stories about what?" "El Chupacabra." I almost laughed, but the look on her face stopped me. Miriam isn't the type to buy into urban legends or ghost stories. She's practical, no nonsense. The fact that she'd even mentioned something like the Chupacabra sent a chill through me. "That's just stories," I said, not sounding convinced even to myself. "Maybe," she said, turning to look out her window. "But this whole area is ranch land, lots of goats, sheep, and we're only about 20 miles from the Mexican border." She was right. Sanderson is surrounded by ranches. I'd delivered to a few of them over the years, and the Chupacabra stories had originated in Puerto Rico and Mexico, hadn't they? But still, the Chupacabra was supposed to be a myth, something made up to explain livestock deaths or to scare kids. What we'd seen was flesh and blood, whatever it was. We pulled into a truck stop about an hour later. I needed coffee, and honestly, I needed to be around other people under bright lights. My hands were still shaking slightly as I poured myself a cup. Miriam seemed calmer now, but she kept looking out the windows into the darkness beyond the parking lot. We sat at a small table, not really eating the snacks we'd bought, just needing a break from the road. "You really think that was a Chupacabra?" I finally asked. Miriam shrugged. "I grew up hearing about them. My abuela used to warn us about them when we visited her place in Sonora. I always thought they were just stories to keep us from wandering off at night. But what we saw wasn't like any animal I know," she finished. "Those eyes, the way it moved, not natural. The thing is, I've always been skeptical about cryptids and paranormal stuff. I listen to Coast AM sometimes on long drives, but it's for entertainment. I never took any of it seriously. But after that night, I started paying more attention, especially when they talked about creature sightings in the Southwest. About a week later, I was listening to the show while on a solo run up to Albuquerque. They had a caller on, another trucker who ran routes through West Texas. He started describing something he'd seen outside of Marathon, which isn't far from Sanderson. As he described it, the size, the spikes along its back, those red eyes, that bizarre tail, my blood ran cold. It was exactly what we'd seen, down to the greenish tint under the brown hair. The host asked if he thought it might have been a Chupacabra, and the caller said he didn't know what else it could be. He mentioned that what he saw wasn't anything like those hairless dogs that people sometimes claim are chupacabras, the ones that turn out to be coyotes with mange. This was something else entirely. I nearly pulled over to call in myself, but something stopped me. Part of it was not wanting to sound crazy on national radio, but mostly I didn't want to talk about it, to make it more real by putting it into words. Since then, I've been doing research whenever I'm not on the road. The chupacabra legend started in Puerto Rico in the 90s, supposedly, but there are similar stories going back centuries in Mexico and the American Southwest. The name means goat sucker because they're said to attack livestock and drain their blood. Most of the photos you see online of chupacabras are just sick coyotes or foxes with mange, making them look alien and weird. But what we saw wasn't that. It wasn't any known animal with a disease. Its proportions, its movements, those spikes, those eyes, it was something else entirely. I've been back through Sanderson 3 times since that night. Each time, I make sure it's during daylight hours, and each time, my eyes are constantly scanning the hills and scrubland on either side of the highway. I haven't seen it again, but every time I pass that stretch of road, my heart starts racing. Miriam requested a transfer to northeastern routes shortly after our sighting. When I asked her why, she just said, "I've seen enough of Texas." She wouldn't talk about that night anymore, like she was trying to pretend it never happened, but I can't forget it. I see those red eyes in my dreams sometimes, and I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced there's something watching me from the darkness. Last week, I was in a diner in Van Horn, about 100 miles west of Sanderson. I overheard a couple of local ranchers talking about losing goats, not to coyotes or mountain lions. Those leave remains. These animals were found completely drained of blood, with puncture wounds, but very little other damage. The ranchers were baffled and angry, thinking it might be some kind of cult activity. I wanted to tell them what I'd seen, but what would I say? That I saw the legendary chupacabra crossing Highway 90. They'd think I was crazy or pulling their leg. So I kept quiet, finished my coffee, and got back on the road. But I made damn sure I'd be through Sanderson well before sunset. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it really was the chupacabra or some undiscovered species or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real. Miriam and I both saw it, and it's still out there somewhere in the West Texas desert. I've got another Laredo to El Paso run coming up next week. My dispatcher asked if I wanted to take the I-10 route instead of Highway 90. It's a bit longer, but it avoids Sanderson completely. I told him yes, without hesitation. Some things you only need to see once in your lifetime, and some things you wish you'd never seen at all. Story 18. I'm still not sure how to explain what happened last month. I've been staying at my grandma's place in Westlake Village for almost 3 months now, helping take care of her since her hip surgery. She's 87 and can't really manage on her own anymore. The house is this old brick place built in the 70s, with this detached garage that sits about 15 yards from the main house. I never liked that garage. Even when I was a kid visiting during summers, I'd avoid it. There was always something off about it. Grandma used to joke that I had a sixth sense or something, but I always thought it was just my imagination. Now I'm not so sure. Last month, I was doing some yard work for my grandma, just basic stuff, pulling weeds, trimming back some bushes that were getting out of control. I needed gardening gloves, and Grandma said they were hanging on a nail in the garage. Normally, I would have just done without them, but the rose bushes are vicious, and my hands were already scratched up. It was around 6 in the evening, still plenty of daylight in the Texas summer, not a cloud in the sky, no wind, just one of those perfectly still evenings. I remember walking to the garage and feeling this weird sensation, like the air got heavier with each step. I shrugged it off. It was probably just the humidity. The garage door is this heavy wooden thing with a metal handle. It's always been a pain to open, but that day it swung open smoothly, which should have been my first warning that something wasn't right. Nothing in that garage ever worked right. Inside, it smelled like it always did. Musty, with hints of old motor oil and dust. Grandma hasn't kept a car in there for years. It's mostly just storage now. Old furniture, boxes of holiday decorations, tools hanging on pegboards. The gardening gloves were right where she said they'd be, hanging on a nail near the workbench. I grabbed them and turned to leave when the door, that heavy wooden door, slammed shut with a bang that made my heart nearly stop. It wasn't a gentle close from a breeze. This was violent, like someone had put their full weight into slamming it. But there was no one there, and there hadn't been any wind. I walked over to the door, trying to tell myself it was just the door settling or something, even though I knew that made no sense. When I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. I jiggled it, pulled harder, even put my foot against the wall for leverage, but it was like it had been welded shut. That's when the panic started to set in. I pulled out my phone to call Grandma, but there was no signal, not one bar, which made no sense because I always get perfect reception everywhere on her property. I tried the windows next. There are two small windows in the garage, one on the side that faces the house and one at the back. Both were painted shut years ago. I considered breaking one, but they're those old windows with wire mesh embedded in the glass. Plus, they're tiny. I doubt I could have squeezed through even if I got one open. My breathing got faster as I realized I was actually trapped. The garage felt like it was getting smaller, the air thicker. I yelled for my grandma, but she's hard of hearing, and I knew she wouldn't hear me from the house. It was starting to get dark outside, which meant it was getting darker in the garage. There's a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling with one of those pull chains. I reached up and yanked it, but nothing happened. Of course. That's when I remembered the side door. It's this narrow door that leads out to the side of the property where Grandma used to keep her garden tools. It's always jammed and we never use it, so I'd completely forgotten about it. I made my way through the clutter, stumbling over boxes and old paint cans. The side door was stuck, like it always is, but after throwing my shoulder against it 3 or 4 times, it finally gave way. I practically fell outside, gulping down fresh air like I'd been underwater. As soon as I was out, I heard a sound from inside the garage, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. I didn't stick around to investigate. I ran straight back to the house. When I told Grandma what happened, she looked worried but tried to play it off. "That old door's always been temperamental," she said, but I could tell she was holding something back. Later that night, after she went to bed, I looked up the history of the house online. There wasn't much, but I did find an old newspaper article from the early 80s mentioning a suspicious death at our address. The details were vague, but it mentioned the garage specifically. That's when I remembered something else, something I'd tried to forget. About 5 years ago, Grandma's cat went missing for 2 days. We found it in the garage, crushed under a heavy metal shelf that had somehow fallen. The weird thing was, that shelf had been bolted to the wall. Despite what happened, I felt this weird pull to go back out there, like something was calling to me. I tried to ignore it and focus on the yard work, but I kept looking over at the garage, and every time I did, I swore I could see something moving past the dirty window. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing noises outside my window, scratching sounds like fingernails on glass. But when I'd look, there was nothing there. The next day was normal, too normal, really. The garage door opened and closed fine when I checked it. Nothing seemed out of place, but every time I walked by, I felt like something was watching me from the windows. 3 days after the incident, I was coming up the porch steps when I spotted a copperhead snake on the stairs, just a few feet from me. If you're not familiar with Texas wildlife, copperheads are venomous and generally keep to themselves, but this one just sat there watching me. It didn't rattle or hiss, just stared with those cold reptilian eyes before slithering away into the bushes. About an hour later, I was trimming hedges near the house when I turned and found the same snake, I'm sure it was the same one, on a branch right at my waist level, inches from my face. Again, it just watched me, not aggressive, just observing. Before I could react, it slipped away. My grandma's part Cherokee, and she's always talked about signs and omens. She believes snakes can be messengers from the spirit world. I've never really bought into that stuff, but after what happened in the garage, I was starting to question a lot of things. I should mention that I'm 5 months clean after a pretty rough 5 years of drug addiction. During that time, I got mixed up with some dangerous people, did things I'm not proud of. There were a couple of violent incidents, one that nearly ended with someone dead. I'm not that person anymore, but sometimes I wonder if that darkness is still inside me, waiting. That night, I couldn't sleep again. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up and sat by my window, looking out at the garage. The moon was bright enough that I could see it clearly. This squat, dark building that seemed to be watching the house. As I sat there, I swear I saw a light flicker inside, just for a second, like someone had lit a match. Without really thinking about what I was doing, I got dressed and headed outside. The grass was wet with dew, soaking through my sneakers as I crossed the yard. I don't know what I expected to find, but something was pulling me toward that garage. The main door was unlocked again. It swung open at my touch, revealing the pitch-black interior. I should have gone back for a flashlight, but I didn't want to lose my nerve. I stepped inside, using my phone's screen for light. Everything looked normal at first, the same cluttered mess of boxes and old furniture. But as I moved deeper inside, I noticed something on the workbench that hadn't been there before. A small metal box, like an old-fashioned cigarette case. I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a folded piece of yellowed paper. When I unfolded it, I found a list of names written in faded ink. Most I didn't recognize, but the last name on the list made my blood run cold. It was mine, Patrick Donahue. I dropped the box like it had burned me. As it clattered to the floor, the light on my phone died, plunging me into complete darkness. And then I heard it, a soft whispering sound, like someone trying to get my attention from the far corner of the garage. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" The whispering got louder, but I couldn't make out any words. It was like multiple voices talking over each other, getting more and more agitated. The air felt thick, making it hard to breathe. I backed toward where I thought the door was, my hands outstretched, trying to feel my way out. My back hit something solid. The door, I thought. But when I turned around, my hands met not wood, but fabric. Like someone was standing there, blocking my exit. I screamed and stumbled backward, tripping over something on the floor and falling hard. My head hit something metal, probably the workbench, and for a second, everything went fuzzy. As I lay there, dazed, I felt something touch my shoulder, fingers, cold and dry, gripping me firmly. I've never moved so fast in my life. I scrambled to my feet and ran blindly, crashing into boxes and tools. By some miracle, I found the side door and burst through it, out into the night air. As I stood there, gasping for breath, I heard a sound from inside the garage. Laughter. Not joyful laughter, but something mocking and cold. I ran back to the house and locked myself in my room until morning. When I told Grandma what happened, she finally admitted that there had been stories about the garage for years. The previous owners had reported strange occurrences, tools moving on their own, unexplained cold spots, whispering voices. And yes, someone had died in there. A man who had owned the house in the 70s was found hanging from the rafters. The official ruling was suicide, but there had been rumors of foul play. It's been 3 weeks since that night, and I haven't set foot in the garage again, but I still feel it calling to me, especially at night. Sometimes I wake up and find myself standing at my window, looking out at it, with no memory of getting out of bed. The snake has appeared 2 more times, once on the porch railing, once on the path to the garage, always watching, never threatening. I don't know what's in that garage or why it seems fixated on me. Maybe it senses the darkness in my past and wants to pull me back into it. Maybe it's trying to warn me about something, or maybe I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that sometimes late at night, I still hear that whispering, even through my closed window, and it sounds like it's saying my name. Story 19. I've been hesitating to write this down for months now. Every time I start typing, my hands shake so badly I have to stop. But I need to get this out. Maybe someone will believe me, or maybe someone who experienced something similar will come forward. I don't know. I'm a photographer from New York. After my 5-year relationship fell apart last winter, I was a complete mess. Couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't focus on work. My friend Jen suggested I needed a complete change of scenery, somewhere with no memories attached. That's how I ended up booking a last-minute Caribbean cruise on the SS Obsidian, sailing out of New Orleans this past February. Looking back, I should have done more research. The travel agent seemed almost surprised when I specifically requested that ship, but I was just going for the cheapest option that fit my schedule. It wasn't until I was at the port, staring up at the massive black hull, that I overheard some locals talking. "That's the one built with parts from the old Meridian," one older man said to his companion. "Bad business, using pieces from a ghost ship." I almost asked what he meant, but my boarding group was called. As I walked up the gangway, I noticed how the workers avoided looking directly at the ship. One woman was literally making the sign of the cross as passengers walked past her. I brushed it off as local superstition. The first day was normal, better than normal. It was actually nice. I spent the afternoon exploring the ship, had dinner alone, and even managed to fall asleep without crying about my ex for the first time in months. I remember thinking this trip was exactly what I needed. Then came the second night. I woke up around 3 in the morning to a tapping sound. At first I thought it was just the ship settling or maybe pipes, normal stuff for a vessel at sea. But it was rhythmic, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the wall on the right side of my cabin. I got out of bed and pressed my ear against it. The tapping stopped immediately. I waited, holding my breath, and after about 30 seconds, it started again. This time faster, more urgent. I knocked back. The tapping stopped abruptly. "Hello?" I called, feeling stupid. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then one loud bang that made me jump backward. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. In the morning, feeling exhausted and questioning my sanity, I grabbed the ship map from my welcome packet. According to the layout, there was nothing on the other side of that wall. No cabin, no maintenance area, nothing. Just the outer hull of the ship, which was impossible. The tapping had clearly come from inside. At breakfast, I overheard a couple at the next table talking in hushed voices. The woman looked upset. "They're saying he just disappeared," she whispered. "All his stuff is still in his room, but nobody's seen him since yesterday afternoon." My coffee suddenly tasted bitter. I wanted to ask who they were talking about, but they noticed me listening and went quiet. Later that day, I tried asking one of the crew members if anyone was missing. The young man's face went completely blank. "No passengers are unaccounted for, ma'am," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Perhaps you misheard something." But I hadn't misheard. Throughout the day, I caught snippets of conversations, always hushed, always stopping when crew members approached. A man in his 60s gone missing. Room service finding his cabin empty but with all his belongings still there, including his passport and medication. That night, the tapping started again. Same pattern, same wall. But this time, when I pressed my ear against it, I heard something else beneath the tapping, something that sounded like water sloshing and breathing, wet, labored breathing. I pulled back so fast I nearly fell over. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my phone to call the front desk, but there was no signal. The ship's Wi-Fi was down too. I spent that night with all the lights on, sitting against the opposite wall, watching that blank wall space where no sound should be coming from. The next day, we entered the Bermuda Triangle. The captain announced it casually over the intercom at breakfast, like it was just another landmark. Several passengers exchanged uneasy glances. That's when things escalated. In the middle of the afternoon, while I was reading in one of the lounges, a woman screamed. Everyone looked up to see her pointing at nothing, just an empty doorway. She was shaking uncontrollably. "He just walked right through the wall," she kept saying, even after crew members arrived to calm her down. "He was soaking wet, and his eyes." They took her away. Later, rumors spread that she'd been given sedatives and confined to her cabin. More stories emerged throughout the day. A teenage boy swore he saw a woman in an old-fashioned dress standing at the end of his hallway, only to vanish when he blinked. An elderly man reported hearing a child crying from inside a storage closet, but when crew members opened it, it was empty. That evening, the power started flickering, just for seconds at a time, but enough to set everyone on edge. The crew blamed it on routine maintenance, but their nervous expressions told a different story. I decided to skip dinner. The dining room felt too crowded, too fake with its forced cheer. Back in my room, I tried to distract myself with a book, but the tapping started earlier this time, around 9 p.m. It was more insistent than before, almost angry. When the power flickered again, I could have sworn I saw a dark shape in the corner of my room, just for a split second in the darkness, a hunched figure, watching. By this point, I was terrified to stay in my cabin, but also afraid to leave. Around midnight, after hours of the increasingly aggressive tapping, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was on the other side of that wall. The hallways were eerily quiet as I stepped out. The usual ambient sounds of the ship, distant music, people talking, the hum of machinery, seemed muffled. The air felt thick and cold, difficult to breathe. I walked toward the area that should be behind my wall according to the ship's layout. It led to a maintenance corridor that was dimly lit and smelled strongly of seawater. A sign read "Crew Only," but there was no one around to stop me. The corridor curved around in a way that didn't make sense given the ship's design. It should have led to the outside of the hull, but instead it went deeper into the ship. The walls here looked older somehow, not like the sleek paneling in the passenger areas. This was rusted metal, dripping with condensation. The temperature dropped dramatically as I moved forward. My breath came out in visible puffs. The lights flickered more frequently here, sometimes leaving me in complete darkness for several seconds. Then I heard it, the tapping, coming from somewhere ahead. I followed the sound, using my phone's flashlight when the corridor lights failed. I reached a dead end with a door that looked completely out of place on a modern cruise ship. It was old, made of heavy wood with tarnished brass fittings. The tapping was coming from behind it. My entire body was screaming at me to turn around, but I couldn't stop myself. I reached for the handle. It was ice cold. When I turned it, the door opened with surprising ease, revealing absolute darkness beyond. Not just an unlit room, it was like looking into a void. My phone's flashlight couldn't penetrate it. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and trembling. The tapping stopped. Then came a sound of water splashing, like someone taking a step in a flooded room. Something moved in the darkness. I raised my phone higher, trying to see, and for a brief moment, the light caught a figure. A woman in soaked clothing, her features sunken and blue-tinged. Water dripped from her hair, creating the tapping sound as it hit the floor. Her eyes locked with mine. Her mouth opened wider than humanly possible, and she whispered, "You shouldn't be here." I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. She took a step toward me, water sloshing around her feet, though the floor was dry where I stood. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I screamed and spun around to find a crew member, a tall man with a tight expression. "This area is off limits to passengers," he said firmly. His eyes darted to the open doorway, but he didn't acknowledge what was inside. "You need to return to your cabin immediately." "But there's someone in there," I insisted, turning back to point. The doorway now opened onto a simple storage closet. Mops, buckets, cleaning supplies, completely normal. No water, no woman. The crew member's grip on my shoulder tightened painfully. "Return to your cabin, now." Back in my room, I pushed a dresser against the wall where the tapping had been coming from. I sat up all night, jumping at every creak and groan of the ship. In the morning, the captain's voice came over the intercom, announcing that due to mechanical difficulties, we would be returning to New Orleans immediately. The cruise was being cut short. Full refunds would be issued. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by dread. We were in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. We still had to make it back. As the ship turned around, I went up to the deck. The sky was a strange color, not quite stormy, but wrong somehow. The ocean was too still, like glass. I found myself standing at the railing, staring down at the water. For a moment, I thought I saw faces looking back up at me. dozens of them just below the surface, their eyes open, watching. That's when I realized what was happening. The rumors about the obsidian being built from the remains of a ship that had vanished in these waters decades ago, they were true, but it wasn't just parts of the ship that had been recovered. Something else had come back with it, something that lived in the impossible spaces between walls, in corridors that shouldn't exist, in rooms that appeared and disappeared. We made it back to New Orleans. No one else went missing during the return journey, but the tapping never stopped. Neither did the power fluctuations or the glimpses of figures in outdated clothing. I've tried researching the obsidian since I got home. There's almost nothing online about it, which seems impossible for a modern cruise ship. The company that supposedly operates it has no record of my booking. The charge on my credit card is listed as coming from a company that doesn't exist. Sometimes I wake up at night to the sound of tapping on my apartment wall. And when I turn on the light, there's always a small puddle of seawater on my floor that dries up by morning. Story 20. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 months since our camping trip to Hollow Creek, West Virginia, and I keep hearing those damn whispers every time I close my eyes. I need to write this down somewhere, even if no one believes me. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can make sense of what happened. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. My friend Jake had found this hidden gem online, some wilderness area near a small town called Hollow Creek that supposedly had amazing hiking trails almost nobody knew about. Jake's always been into finding these off-the-beaten-path places. He was so excited about it, talking about pristine nature and how we wouldn't have to deal with crowds of tourists. "Trust me, Sam," he kept saying. "This place is going to be perfect." God, I wish I'd never listened to him. Our group was the 4 of us who'd been friends since college. Jake, me, Sam, Olivia, and Chris. We all needed a break from our jobs and the stress of city life, so the idea of disappearing into the wilderness for a few days sounded perfect. We packed our gear on Friday morning and hit the road around 10, with Jake navigating. The drive took about 5 hours, mostly on highways until the last hour when we turned onto increasingly smaller roads. The first warning sign should have been when we lost cell service completely, not just weak signal, absolutely nothing. Then the GPS stopped working. Jake assured us he had downloaded the directions, but I could tell he was getting confused by some of the unmarked turns. When we finally reached Hollow Creek around 3 in the afternoon, something felt wrong. I've been to small towns before, but this place was different. The town was basically one main road with maybe 20 houses scattered around, most looking like they hadn't been maintained in decades. Paint peeling, porches sagging, yards overgrown. There was an abandoned diner with broken windows and a gas station that somehow still appeared to be functioning. We pulled into the gas station to refill and get our bearings. The place had one ancient pump and a small convenience store. The prices were surprisingly high, but we needed the gas. While Jake filled up, I went inside to pay and maybe get some snacks. That's where I met the old man, the only person we saw in town. He was sitting behind the counter, had to be in his 80s, with leathery skin and these pale blue eyes that just stared. Didn't greet me, barely blinked. I grabbed some beef jerky and water bottles, put them on the counter with cash for the gas. "You folks heading to the forest?" he finally asked, his voice raspy from what I guessed was decades of smoking. "Yeah, going camping for the weekend," I replied, trying to be friendly. "Is there a good spot you'd recommend?" He just stared at me for what felt like forever before pushing my change across the counter. "You should turn around and head back where you came from." I laughed nervously, thinking he was joking. "We drove 5 hours to get here, so that's not really an option." "Your funeral," he muttered, then looked down at a newspaper that had to be at least a week old. I should have listened. Why didn't I listen? When I got back to the car, I told the others what he'd said. Chris looked uncomfortable, but Jake just rolled his eyes. "Classic small-town stuff," Jake said. "They don't want outsiders around. The trail should be about 2 miles east of here." We drove through the rest of the town in silence. I noticed there were a few people visible through windows, but nobody was outside. No kids playing, no one working in yards, just curtains moving occasionally as we passed by. Olivia pointed out that there weren't any dogs or cats around either, which was weird for a rural area. After about 10 minutes of driving, Jake spotted the dirt road he'd been looking for, completely unmarked, just a gap in the trees. We turned onto it, the SUV bouncing over roots and rocks. The forest seemed to close in around us immediately, the trees growing denser as we continued. We reached a small clearing about a mile in that seemed like a makeshift parking area. You could tell a few cars had been there before, but not many and not recently. We gathered our backpacks and gear, Jake double-checking his downloaded map. Should be about a 6-mile hike to the camping area, he said. We'll get there before sunset if we keep a good pace. The first hour of hiking was actually pretty nice. The trail was overgrown but still visible, winding through beautiful old-growth forest. We were all in good spirits, joking around, taking pictures. But then things started to change. It was subtle at first. I noticed the birdsong had stopped. Then I realized we hadn't seen any wildlife for a while. No squirrels, no deer, nothing. The air felt heavier somehow, almost pressurized, like before a storm. But the sky was clear. "Is it just me, or is it really quiet?" Olivia asked around the 3-mile mark. "Yeah, I noticed that too," Chris replied, looking around nervously. "Maybe we scared everything away." Jake shrugged it off. "Probably just the time of day. Animals might be napping or something." We continued hiking, but the conversation died down. Everyone felt it, this weird tension in the air. The forest itself seemed to be getting darker, despite it being only around 5 in the afternoon in summer. The trees were growing taller, their canopies thicker, blocking more of the sunlight. After about 6 miles, according to Jake's fitness tracker, we reached a clearing that seemed perfect for camping. Flat ground, a small stream nearby, enough open space for our 2 tents. We started setting up camp, but nobody was talking much anymore. The silence of the forest was getting to all of us. While gathering firewood, Olivia froze suddenly and turned around, scanning the tree line. "What's wrong?" I asked her. "I feel like we're being watched," she whispered, "like really intensely watched." I looked where she was looking but couldn't see anything. "Probably just deer or something," I said, not believing it myself. When we told Jake about it, he laughed it off. "City folks in the woods," he teased. "Every shadow looks like a monster." We got a fire going as the sun set, cooked some freeze-dried meals, and tried to relax, but the forest remained unnaturally silent. No insects buzzing, no frogs croaking by the stream, nothing. Just the crackling of our fire. We tried telling ghost stories to lighten the mood, but it felt forced. Around 10, we decided to turn in for the night. Olivia and Jake in one tent, Chris and I in the other. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. My watch said 2:17, but it felt wrong somehow. I lay there in my sleeping bag, trying to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it. Whispers. Soft, distant whispers coming from the forest. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then Chris stirred beside me. "You hear that?" he mumbled, sounding half asleep. "Yeah," I replied. "What the hell is it?" The whispering was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It wasn't just one voice, but many, overlapping in a way that made it impossible to make out words. It seemed to be coming from all directions at once, surrounding our campsite. We unzipped our tent and crawled out. Jake and Olivia were already outside, looking into the darkness beyond our dying fire. "What is that?" Olivia asked, her voice trembling. "Is someone out there?" The whispers grew slightly louder, almost like they were responding to her question, still unintelligible but somehow feeling deliberate, like they were trying to communicate. Jake grabbed his flashlight. "I'm going to check it out," he said, trying to sound brave, but I could hear the fear in his voice. "Are you insane?" Chris hissed. "We need to pack up and get out of here." "In the middle of the night? We'd get lost in 5 minutes, Jake replied. "It's probably just the wind or water or something. I just want to see." Before any of us could stop him, Jake walked toward the edge of the clearing, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. We watched as he approached the tree line, the whispers seeming to intensify as he got closer. Suddenly, Jake stopped dead in his tracks. His flashlight illuminated something among the trees, something that shouldn't have been there. From where I stood, I could only see a glimpse, but it was enough to freeze my blood. It was tall, impossibly tall, at least 7 feet. Its limbs were too long, too thin, like they'd been stretched. The skin was a sickly grayish color that seemed to absorb the flashlight beam rather than reflect it. But what I remember most clearly were the eyes, deep, hollow black pits that somehow still managed to look directly at us, and its mouth, stretched into an unnaturally wide grin with teeth that looked too sharp, too numerous. Jake's flashlight fell to the ground as he stumbled backward. The whispering grew louder, more urgent, almost like it was calling to Jake specifically. To my horror, he took a halting step toward the trees, as if being pulled by an invisible force. "Jake!" Olivia screamed, snapping him out of whatever trance he was in. He turned and ran back to us, his face pale and sweating despite the cool night air. "We need to go," he gasped. "Now, pack only what we need." We scrambled to grab our backpacks, stuffing in water bottles and a few essentials. The whispers had become a constant chorus now, growing in volume. As we hastily packed, I noticed more movement at the edge of the clearing, more of those tall, gray figures emerging from between the trees. 3, then 5, then too many to count, all with those same hollow eyes and stretched grins. "Don't look at them," Jake warned. "Whatever you do, don't look directly at them." We abandoned most of our camping gear and started back down the trail we'd come up, Jake in the lead with the strongest flashlight. But something was wrong. The trail didn't look the same. The landmarks we'd passed earlier were missing or different. "I don't understand," Jake kept saying. "This should be the way back." The forest seemed to be closing in around us. Trees that I swear weren't there before blocked our path, forcing us to change direction repeatedly. The whispers followed us, sometimes fading slightly, only to return louder than before, and always, just at the edge of our flashlight beams, those figures would appear momentarily before slipping back into darkness. We walked for what felt like hours, but might have been minutes. Time seemed distorted somehow. We were hopelessly lost, the forest a maze that kept changing around us. Our flashlights began to dim despite having fresh batteries. That's when the whispers changed. They became louder, more aggressive, turning into something between shrieks and screams. The sound was coming from directly behind us now, gaining on us. "Run!" Jake yelled, and we all took off, blind panic taking over. I don't know how long we ran. My lungs were burning, branches whipping against my face. Then I heard Olivia scream. Not a scream of fear, but one of pain. I turned to see her trip and fall. Then she was gone, just gone. 1 second she was there on the ground. The next there was nothing but empty forest floor. No sound, no struggle, nothing. "Olivia!" Jake screamed, rushing back to where she'd fallen. But there was no trace of her. Chris grabbed Jake's arm. "We have to keep moving," he insisted, tears streaming down his face. We continued running, the 3 of us now, the screaming whispers even closer. Then Chris's flashlight died completely. In the dim glow from my and Jake's lights, I saw something reach out from the darkness, a long, gray, skeletal arm with too many joints. It wrapped around Chris's waist and yanked him backward with impossible strength. His scream cut off abruptly. When I turned to look, he was already gone, swallowed by the darkness. Just Jake and me now. We ran blindly, no longer trying to find the trail, just trying to get away from the whispers. My flashlight flickered and died. Jake's was barely functioning, casting just enough light to see a few feet ahead. "There!" Jake suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. "I can see lights!" In the distance, through the trees, I could make out what looked like the glow of streetlights. The town. Somehow we'd circled back toward Hollow Creek. With renewed energy, we sprinted toward the lights. The whispers rose to a deafening pitch, almost like they were angry we were escaping. Just as we reached the edge of the forest, I felt something cold brush against my back. I didn't look. I couldn't look. We burst through the tree line, into a field on the outskirts of town. The whispers stopped instantly. Complete silence fell. We collapsed in the field, gasping for breath, neither of us able to speak. When I finally looked back at the forest, it was just normal. Dark trees swaying slightly in the night breeze. No figures, no movement, but Olivia and Chris were gone. We stumbled into town as the sun was rising. The old man at the gas station didn't seem surprised to see us, dirty and traumatized, minus 2 friends. He didn't ask questions, just gave us directions back to the highway. We filed a missing persons report at the nearest police station 30 miles away. They searched the forest for days, but found nothing. Not our abandoned camping gear, not any trace of Olivia or Chris. It was like they'd never existed. The police looked at us like we were crazy or lying. Maybe we are crazy. Sometimes I think I must have imagined it all. But then I hear those whispers again in my dreams, and I know it was real. What happened in those woods was real. Jake and I don't talk anymore. He moved to California last month, couldn't stand being on the same coast as Hollow Creek. I've thought about moving too, but something keeps me here. Some part of me feels like I need to warn others. So if you're reading this and thinking about exploring some undiscovered gem in the wilderness, check the name. And if it's anywhere near Hollow Creek, West Virginia, stay away. Those things in the forest are still there, waiting. And sometimes, when it's very quiet at night, I swear I can still hear them whispering. Story 21. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Sure, I'd watch horror movies with friends and get freaked out for a day or two, but I always slept fine after that. Real life was never scary to me until we moved into that house. I was 18, just finished high school, working part-time at a gas station while figuring out what to do with my life. My parents got this amazing deal on a countryside property about 20 minutes outside town. It needed work, but my dad was handy and saw it as a project we could fix up together. Mom fell in love with the old-fashioned charm and the idea of having a big yard. My little sister Mia was just excited about having her own bedroom. The house was huge compared to our old place. 3 bedrooms upstairs, a living room, kitchen, dining room, and this weird little side room downstairs that Dad said would make a perfect office. It was built in this odd L shape with long hallways and high ceilings. The realtor said it was built in the 1920s, and the previous owners had lived there for 30 years before moving to Florida. The first week was normal, just unpacking boxes, painting walls, and fixing loose floorboards. I remember thinking the place felt cold. Not temperature-wise, but something else. Like when you feel someone watching you, but nobody's there. It started with small things. I'd come home from my night shift and swear I'd turned my bedroom light off, but it would be on. Mom would complain about doors being left open when everyone insisted they'd close them. Dad blamed old hinges and said the house was settling. We all just kind of accepted these explanations because they made sense. Old houses make noises. Wiring can be faulty. About 3 weeks in, things got weirder. I'd be in my room and hear footsteps in the hallway, but when I checked, nobody was there. My sister started sleeping with her light on because she said she kept seeing shadows moving across her ceiling. Mom told her it was just trees outside casting shadows, but there weren't any trees tall enough near her window. One morning, Mom came downstairs with these 3 long scratches on her arm. She tried to laugh it off, saying she must have scratched herself in her sleep. But I saw how shaken she was. Dad started looking at her differently after that, like he was worried about her mental state or something. I started dreading coming home from my night shifts. Every single time I'd pull into our long driveway around 2 a.m., I'd look up at my bedroom window and see something, a shadow, a figure, just standing there watching. I told myself it was just my jacket hanging on the back of my door or something, but deep down I knew that wasn't it. Whatever was there moved sometimes. The worst part, I'd have to walk into the house knowing something was upstairs waiting for me. I started keeping my phone flashlight on as I walked through the dark house, and I swear I could hear breathing sometimes when I passed the little office room. My friend Alex came over one night about 2 months after we moved in. We were playing PlayStation in my room with the door closed. It was around midnight and my parents and sister were asleep. We were just talking shit and playing Call of Duty when it happened. The banging started on my bedroom door, not like someone knocking. This was violent, like someone was trying to break the door down. Then came the scratching, this horrible fingernails on wood sound that made my skin crawl. Alex dropped his controller and just stared at me. We both froze. "Dude, what the fuck is that?" he whispered. I couldn't speak. The banging and scratching continued for what felt like forever, but was probably about 5 minutes. Then it just stopped. Complete silence. We sat there for another 10 minutes before I finally got the courage to open the door. There was nobody there, obviously, but what freaked me out were the scratch marks, actual physical scratches on the outside of my door that weren't there before. There were even little paint flecks on the floor where something had gouged into the wood. Alex left right after that, said his mom needed him home, but I could tell he was scared shitless. I don't blame him. I slept with my desk chair propped under my doorknob that night. I tried telling my parents about it the next morning, even showed them the scratches, but Dad just said it was probably Mia playing a prank. Mia denied it, and I believed her. She looked genuinely confused when we showed her the door. A few nights later, I experienced the worst thing yet. I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I suddenly couldn't move. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, this crushing weight that made it hard to breathe. I tried to call out but couldn't make a sound. The pressure got heavier and heavier until I felt like my ribs would crack. Then I saw it. A dark shape leaning over me. No features, just darkness. I could feel it breathing on my face, smell something like rotting meat. I was screaming in my head but couldn't make a sound. After what felt like hours but was probably just minutes, it disappeared and I could move again. I sat up gasping for air, my t-shirt soaked with sweat. I told myself it was sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. This was something else. Things got worse after that. We'd hear crying coming from empty rooms. Mom's keys would disappear and reappear in weird places like inside potted plants or in the freezer. Mia started sleepwalking, something she'd never done before. We'd find her standing in the hallway at 3 a.m., staring at nothing. Dad finally admitted something was wrong when he saw it himself. He was in the kitchen late one night getting water when he saw a woman in a white dress walk from the living room into the office. He thought it was Mom until he went upstairs and found her fast asleep. That was the first time I saw my dad truly scared. The breaking point came about 4 months after moving in. I was home alone one afternoon. Mom had taken Mia shopping and Dad was at work. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Not just one or two, all of them, like someone had run through the kitchen and flung each one open. I stood there, knife in hand, frozen in place. Then the faucet turned on by itself, full blast. I dropped the knife and backed away until I hit the wall. That's when I heard it. A woman's voice, whispering something I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like she was right next to my ear. I ran out of the house and sat in my car until my family came home. I told them everything, and for once they believed me. That night, we all slept in the living room together, lights on, TV playing for noise. We started looking for a new place the next day. Dad contacted the realtor who'd sold us the house, trying to figure out if there was any history we should know about. The realtor was evasive, saying she didn't know of any deaths or tragedies associated with the property. The activity ramped up as if whatever was there knew we were planning to leave. Lights wouldn't just turn on and off, they'd explode. Glass shattered in picture frames. Mom found her clothes in the bathtub, soaking wet when she was certain she'd hung them in the closet. We moved out exactly 6 months after moving in, leaving behind furniture and belongings we couldn't pack quickly enough. I didn't care, I just wanted out. It was only after we sold the house, at a massive loss, that we learned the truth. Dad ran into the realtor at a gas station, and she finally admitted what she knew. Our house wasn't originally a house at all. It was part of an old hospital that had been converted into residential properties in the 1970s. Our section had been part of the surgical wing. I looked up the history after that. The hospital, they called it HOS, had been shut down after multiple patient deaths in the 1950s. Apparently, one of the surgeons had been performing experimental procedures without permission. Patients who went in for routine surgeries never came out. That explained so much. The layout of the house, the long hallways, the strange room divisions. Our bedroom had probably been patient rooms. That little office, likely where they prepped for surgery. It's been 3 years since we left that place, and I still wake up sometimes feeling that weight on my chest. I still check behind doors and look over my shoulder when I'm alone. Mia stopped sleepwalking as soon as we moved out, but she refuses to sleep with the lights off to this day. I don't know who or what was in that house with us. Was it the patients who died there, the surgeon, or something else entirely? All I know is that places can hold onto the energy of what happened there, and some things don't want to be forgotten. I drive by the old place sometimes just to remind myself it was real. There's a new family living there now. I've thought about warning them, but what would I say? Hey, your house used to be a hospital where people were butchered, and oh yeah, it's haunted as fuck. Sometimes I wonder if they're experiencing the same things we did, or if whatever was there attached itself to us instead of the building. Either way, I'll never set foot in that house again, and I'll never dismiss someone's ghost story as just their imagination running wild. Because sometimes the things that go bump in the night are very, very real. Story 22. I've been putting off writing this for the last couple years, but I still think about that night in San Francisco all the time. I don't talk about it much because people either don't believe me or they think I'm being dramatic. But I swear on everything. What happened at Buena Vista Park still gives me nightmares. It was summer of 2021, and I'd just turned 21 a few days before. My parents surprised me with a trip to San Francisco, somewhere I'd always wanted to visit. They flew in my 2 best friends from college, Jake and Tyler, as part of the surprise. The first couple days were amazing. We did all the tourist stuff. Alcatraz, Fisherman's Wharf, riding the cable cars, normal vacation stuff, you know? On our 3rd night there, we were having dinner near Haight Street when Jake mentioned Buena Vista Park. He'd read that it had this amazing view of the city from the top, and since it was a clear night, we thought it would be cool to check it out. My parents were tired, so they headed back to the hotel while the 3 of us decided to go for it. We got to the park entrance around 10:30 that night. It was definitely darker than I expected, but there were these dim pathway lights spaced out along the trails, just enough to see where you were walking. The park is basically this big hill, like 500 feet tall, with these winding trails that spiral up to the top. I remember thinking it was pretty, all these tall trees and the city lights peeking through as we climbed higher. About 10 minutes into our hike, I started noticing something weird. There were other people in the park, which at first didn't seem strange because it's a public place, but the way they were moving was off. I noticed a guy walking with his hood pulled up, head down, moving really deliberately, not like someone out for a casual evening stroll. It was like he had a purpose, but was trying not to draw attention. I nudged Tyler and pointed the guy out, but he just shrugged it off. Probably just some dude heading home. But then we saw another person and another, all moving the same way, hoods up or heads down, walking silently. Some were following the trails like us, but others were cutting straight through the trees and bushes, which seemed really odd. "You guys seeing this?" I whispered, and Jake finally nodded, looking uneasy. "Yeah, that's kinda weird. Let's just get to the top and check out the view, then head back." I counted at least 7 different people as we climbed, all exhibiting the same behavior. None of them acknowledged us or each other. They just moved through the darkness with this silent, creepy determination. I kept telling myself they were just joggers or locals taking shortcuts, but something felt really wrong. When we finally reached the summit, there was this clearing with some benches. The view was incredible. The whole San Francisco skyline laid out in front of us, all lit up against the night sky. For a few minutes, I actually forgot about the strange people we'd seen on the way up. We sat on a bench, taking photos and pointing out landmarks we recognized. After about 10 minutes, Tyler checked the time and said we should probably head back down. It was getting late, and the park was definitely getting creepier as the night went on. We gathered our stuff and started walking toward the trail entrance that would take us back down the hill. That's when I saw them. About 75 feet from the trail entrance, gathered in a loose semicircle, were around 20 people. They weren't talking, weren't on phones, weren't doing anything but standing there in the darkness facing our direction. They were arranged in a way that created a sort of gauntlet along the only trail down the hill. Some stood on the path itself, others just off to the sides among the trees. I stopped dead in my tracks. Jake bumped into me from behind. "What the hell?" he whispered. They were all wearing dark clothing, hoodies, jackets, hats. The limited light made it hard to see their faces clearly, but I could feel them staring at us. There was no mistaking it. They were watching us, and they had been completely silent as they gathered. How long had they been there? Had they followed us up? Were they waiting for us specifically? My heart started racing so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but something deeper told me that showing fear would be dangerous. These weren't random park goers. This was coordinated. They had positioned themselves specifically to block our only way down. "What do we do?" Tyler whispered, his voice shaking slightly. "We have to go down," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's the only way back." "Should we call someone?" Jake asked, already pulling out his phone. I shook my head. "No service up here. I already tried earlier to post a picture." We stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, debating our options. We could try to find another way down through the trees, but it was dark, steep, and we didn't know the terrain. Plus, who knows who else might be hiding in the darkness. Our only real option was to walk through them. "Let's just go," I finally said. "Stay together. Don't make eye contact. Don't run." We started walking toward the trail entrance, and with each step, the tension grew unbearable. As we got closer, I could see them more clearly. They weren't moving or speaking, just standing there, staring. There was this palpable hostility in the air, like walking into a room where everyone hates you but won't say it out loud. The gauntlet they'd formed forced us to walk between them, some on our left, some on our right. As we entered this corridor of people, I felt my skin crawl. I've never felt more unwelcome or threatened in my life. They didn't say a word, didn't make a sound, but their message was crystal clear. We didn't belong there. Despite my own advice, I couldn't help but look at some of their faces as we passed. One man in particular caught my attention, middle-aged, balding with black hair on the sides. He locked eyes with me as I walked by, and I swear I've never seen such empty, predatory eyes before. He didn't blink, didn't change his expression, just stared into me like he was memorizing my face. I can still see those eyes when I close mine at night. The walk through them couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, but it felt like hours. No one reached for us, no one spoke, but I could feel their stares boring into my back as we passed. The air felt thick and hostile, like the moment before violence erupts. When we finally cleared the gauntlet and were back on the trail heading down, none of us spoke. We just walked as fast as we could without actually running. I kept looking back, terrified they would be following us, but they stayed at the top, still watching as we descended. About halfway down the hill, Tyler finally broke the silence. "What the actual fuck was that?" he whispered harshly. "I don't know," I said, still looking back over my shoulder. "But let's not stop to figure it out." The rest of the way down was a blur. We practically jogged, stumbling on the uneven path in our haste to get out of there. Every shadow made me jump. Every rustling leaf sounded like footsteps. When we finally reached the bottom and saw the streetlights, I nearly cried with relief. We didn't stop running until we were several blocks away and back in a well-lit, populated area. We ducked into a 24-hour diner and sat in silence for a while, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe it was some kind of meeting, Jake suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. In the middle of the night, without talking, positioned exactly to block us? Tyler countered, "No way." That was something else. I haven't been able to shake the feeling that we narrowly escaped something terrible that night. What were they doing there? Why did they gather like that? Were they waiting for us specifically? Or would they have done the same to anyone who came up there? Did they follow us up without us noticing? The questions haunt me. I looked up Buena Vista Park afterward and found some old news stories about assaults and even a few unsolved murders there over the years. Nothing recent, but enough to make me wonder if we had stumbled into something dangerous, some kind of gang territory or meeting spot for something illegal. Whatever it was, I know that what we experienced wasn't normal. The silence, the staring, the deliberate positioning, it was coordinated and threatening. I've been in uncomfortable situations before, but nothing has ever triggered my survival instinct like that night did. I've tried telling this story to others, but unless you were there, it's hard to convey just how terrifying it was. The absolute silence, the unwavering stares, the feeling of being hunted. It sounds dramatic when I write it out, but in that moment, I genuinely thought we might not make it out of that park. I still have nightmares about that balding man's eyes. Sometimes I dream that I'm back in that park, but this time I'm alone, and when I reach the top, they're all waiting for me in a circle, and this time, they don't just watch. My parents asked why we came back to the hotel looking so shaken that night. We made up some story about getting lost in the park. I didn't want to scare them or make them think we were making it up, but 2 years later, I still think about it all the time. I've never been back to San Francisco, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. I still don't know what we walked into that night, but whatever it wasn't random and it wasn't innocent. Those people were there for a reason, and I'm just grateful we weren't part of whatever that reason was.